So, all right. 12 greatest warriors. First of all, it's really hard to pick down 12. We each picked 4. That's how we came up with 12. And it's obviously pretty difficult to come up with only 4 people who you're saying are the greatest warriors, or, who are in contention to be the greatest warrior, or we're going to rank. And it's difficult. I think this ranking is actually going to be really, really hard because obviously we're dealing with dudes that are all at the pinnacle of their game. This is like probably something like ranking the 12 best basketball players or football players or golfers or something like that. It's like there's going to be a certain amount of subjectivity, and it's going to be pretty hard to not rank most of them in the S tier. But I'll do my best to put Henry V in the C tier. So that's all I can say about the rankings. It's going to be tough. Anyway,
the beef is starting this early.
Yeah.
we haven't even ranked one person, and Henry's already being slandered.
Yeah. So, if you guys have anything you want to add to that about your thoughts on the rankings, or if you want to just start.
I do have something to add.
Yeah, go ahead.
That, about your basketball metaphor, it is like that, but then you also don't have great insight on the stats. Like we were just talking about this before the stream, that there's a little bit of a dearth of first-hand primary accounts of these great commanders, especially the big names in history. You kind of wish you knew as much as you could. That's particularly a problem with the Middle Ages in general. Just not being able to fill in the blanks as much, and it does apply to the physicality of these great commanders, like how they actually performed in the battle. Did they lead from the front? Did they lead from the back? Were they actually out there, killing people, or how did they fight? What was their technique? You don't get this a lot, and I don't know. Just a little bit about my methodology. I have some pretty unfamiliar names. I kind of wanted to challenge myself with picking people who I didn't know too much about, first off, so I can learn about them. But then also, I did know that they had some level of prowess. So I really focused on that physicality aspect. Like, I wanted to pick people who were, like, one's a berserker, one is like almost like a strong man, right? He can bend a coin with 3 of his fingers. So trials of strength, trials of prowess, really that aspect. There is one very, very famous commander in general. But for the most part, like, compared to some of the picks that we have today, I'm just going to say my guys don't have a great battle record, right? And so there's these kind of, it's more the physicality that I focused on.
Do you have anything you want to add to that, Medieval Scholar?
Yeah, I agree with David in the sense that there are some people whose their prowess and their deeds and everything that they accomplish is heavily documented because, as an example, someone like William Marshal, his entire life is essentially like this is his whole thing. Tournaments, battle, working with kings and princes, this is his whole thing. So everything that surrounds him regarding that is documented in some way, aside from the blank space of his time on Crusade, versus someone like Henry, where he's a prince, he is a king. A lot more focus goes into his work of politics and foreign and domestic influence and relations, and rather you only see blips of his of like military ability.
Yeah, I think that's going to be one thing that is interesting in the rankings, and is also interesting to consider just from a general perception standpoint. And I've actually, I think I've had a few public and private discussions with this with our ex-friend Stephen, non-regum essay, I don't know, where he often says that the greatest warrior is some no-name guy that we've never heard of because nobody took the time to write it down about him. And my argument, which shout out to Stephen, it's a reasonable position, but my reasonable, perhaps more reasonable counterposition is that the best, or let's say the richest, most famous obviously best, highest status men would have had the best training, and those are the ones who you wrote about. So it's more likely,
True.
I think, that certainly for the earlier part of the feudal period, I think it's more likely that certainly the ones who were written about were the best trained and
Best equipped too.
yeah, best equipped, best trained. So it's probably more likely that they were probably among the best, if not the best. Whereas it's much harder, of course, you watch something like Kingdom of Heaven where a random blacksmith becomes a warrior. I mean, that's, a warrior of note. That's just not really very real.
Like maybe it happened a couple times, but realistically, for most of history, especially within the Middle Ages, the most skilled and accomplished people are going to be the people that have the ability to secure the best training and also the money to secure the best equipment and like war horses, the best armor, the best weapons, etc. That's why you see people like Maximilian, for example, with his near limitless monetary value.
It's like Batman.
Yeah, basically, it's like medieval / early modern Bruce Wayne.
Right. And even in let's just say in the middle of the medieval period, they started training to be knights around the age of 6 to 8 years old. So if you're in the nobility, you're training from a very early age, whereas maybe if you're in the levies or, called up as a soldier, you're not going to have near as many years of training. So I just think it's not that it's not possible. Of course, it's possible that there are some amazing warriors that we don't know about, but I think it's most likely,
not the rule.
Yeah, it certainly would be the exception, not the rule. And I think it's more likely that the best warriors we would hear something about, at least hear something about them. Not that we would have, like you say, a detailed account or whatever, but it is interesting to consider how essentially what accounts have survived shapes our perception of who was the greatest and what their exploits actually were, even in just the retelling of their accounts.
Yeah. That's an interesting point. It's literally baked into the medieval hierarchy, right? Those who fought, those who prayed, those who worked.
Being a
those
knight
who
was
fought.
a big deal.
Yeah, exactly. And you're calling as a nobleman, you are part of those who fought. Like it's part of your job description.
Aside from the occasional lazy knights that would pay off their requirement to go to war, they'd be like, not really feeling
Draft
like
dodging.
it. Yeah, here's a bunch of gold. I'm not really feeling like going to war. Just replace me.
Yeah.
Moritz asks on YouTube, ex-friend Stephen. No, I'm pretty sure we'll still be friends. He's a tough guy. He can take it. He's pretty tough. All right. So if you have any comments, feel free to put them into the YouTube chat. Feel free to put them in the X chat. The chat is enabled now on X. You can say something on there if you'd like. And also, before we get started with the rankings and kick it all off, if either of you wants to talk about any honorable mentions, anybody who you considered to choose for the nomination to put into the pool but didn't quite make the cut.
Biggest one for me was El Cid. I would have liked to see that one covered. And actually now I checked out our ex-friend Steven's profile because I wanted to dig up this post. And he actually has some good ideas here. I don't know what chatbot he was consulting for 12 great warriors who are not monarchs. But yeah, there's some interesting names here that I've never seen, like John Hawkwood, Hugh de Payens, Jacques de Molay. And I know that after the stream, I'm going to be looking some of those up.
Yeah, Hugh and Jacques were... Hugh was the founding Grand Master of the Knights Templar.
Okay.
And then Jacques de Molay was the one that was the last one who was famously burned at the stake in France, who, according to legend, placed a curse upon the Pope and the King of France.
Gotcha.
What about you, Medieval Scholar? Any honorable mentions?
Just one. I had originally had him on my list, but I had substituted him out for a more lesser-known man. That would be Robert the Bruce. A man who, to people who really require no introduction, famous legendary warrior who more so achieved what William Wallace had hoped to do. Definitely more martially skilled in battle against the English than someone like William Wallace. You know, he has the two very notable victories against the English at Loudon Hill and Bannockburn. The famous tale of just absolutely cleaving into Henry de Bohun's head, and then going back to his men and crying that his favorite axe was broken. Incredibly skilled warrior, famous for all of his victories against England. Achieved what William Wallace wanted to do, but wasn't quite able to. Unfortunately, didn't make the cut for me, but I love Robert the Bruce.
Definitely a legendary warrior in his own right. And I actually was thinking about for my list Black Douglas because I know he's a pretty famed warrior as well. But it just it was
total madman as well.
Yeah, it just seemed like a little too much research for me, to be honest, to go in. I'm trying to, you know, on 5 hours of sleep with a new kid, I was trying to keep it a little close to the belt as far as like picking mostly guys that I was at least kind of familiar with. And I have actually, right over here, I have a book on the Black Douglases, but I haven't gotten to it yet. So I didn't feel confident in diving into Black Douglas. El Cid is a good one. I always, when we do these streams, I always wish that I was a little bit more read up on the Reconquista and some of that history to be able to include some of those guys a little bit more, because certainly, like, I'm sure El Cid is worthy. Or it would have been nice to even get, maybe Skanderbeg or Hunyadi or maybe some of these other guys, maybe from the Balkans or something. I mean, I'm glad you got Zizka in here. So
there's so many legendary warriors from this time period that it's impossible to put every single great one into one concise list.
It's definitely hard to narrow it down. And, so that's another problem that I had is, of course, I picked Godfrey of Bouillon, and, there are, of course, other legendary warriors in the First Crusade with him. There are other legendary related Normans, Tancred of Hauteville, Bohemond, even William Ironarm. I wish that we had more of a history of William Ironarm, because he sounds like an absolute beast. Yeah. Even from the 100 Years' War, Geoffroy de Charny and Bertrand du Guesclin, either of them seem like potentially pretty incredible warriors. Of course, there's Roland, or maybe even Fiore. I haven't really looked into him too much, but master swordsman who won a number of duels, and his manual survives, so he might have been potentially a good pick as well. So those were some of the other ones that I had been tossed around. And in the chat, related, Moritz asks again, are we concentrating on European characters only? I would say, I guess we are. Although it wasn't necessarily a requirement, but I think that's just the history that we all mostly focus on generally. So it's, without going through, I guess, every other thing, we didn't really go worldwide. I know Pitbull would be disappointed. We should have had him on the stream. He would have known, but I guess it is technically European only. Although I would have been open if I was more familiar and maybe had a little more time to research. But it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't. That's like I was saying. That's why I wish I was more read up on like the Balkans or the Reconquista, because it would have been cool to include some of that as well. There actually is a video. I watched a video after we had planned this stream. I don't know if you guys have seen it, by this guy called Seth the Programmer.
No, I've heard his name before.
So he did a video, I think it was maybe like 5 months ago, he put out this video on the greatest warriors. I think it was just the greatest warriors of the pre-gunpowder age, I want to say is what it was. And, because he had some Romans in there and some medieval figures and stuff. And I was reasonably, Seth, if you're watching this, I was reasonably salted because he focused on all of Richard the Lionheart's like sort of mythical stuff, and basically said like, yeah, he might be good, but we don't really know. We know, Seth, and I will prove it to you in the stream. But it was pretty interesting because he focused on it. He had a lot of Asian guys, like Musashi was one of the big ones that he talked about. And he had some like ancient Greeks and some various other worldwide contenders. So if you wanted to maybe check out some non-European greatest warriors, you can check out Seth, the programmer's video from whatever it was, 3 or 5 months ago.
Yeah, lists like these are definitely, if you chose to include people from like the same time period in like China or Japan or anywhere like that, it's totally like tossed up on its head because there's so many legendary figures that are part of those own countries' history that I myself, and I imagine the rest of us as well, probably don't pay enough attention to. Not to say that, for me at least, it's not to say that I'm not interested in famous warriors from like China or Japan, but
We're just deeper in the medieval annals.
I'm
right?
deeper in
Like
this- I'm
it's a
deeper in
different
this rabbit
beast.
hole.
It's a different beast out there, and also the whole samurai tradition doesn't start until what later. It's a little bit after the medieval period,
It's
right?
more-
Like
it's the
Musashi's
Sengoku
16th.
period and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
yeah. Like yes. So it's a little bit later. I don't know if China has a big warrior tradition at this time. We could have done a Mongol or two, but I'm not as familiar with that history. That's something I want to dive deeper into.
Well, so my buddy Peanut in the X chat, he says, Chinese stuff is all fantasy. Shout out to Peanut. And, there is a certain aspect of that I recall from like the, Lu Bu killed like 1 million guys with his bare hands type of thing. And it's like, all right, calm down. That's
Yeah, when you read
yeah.
about like when you hear when you talk about like scholars in like chroniclers when they're recounting battles and it's like, oh, Sir whatever of wherever killed 500 men with his sword and cut a camel in half with one swing. It's like, okay, this is clearly exaggerated. And then
We're
it
gonna
gets-
we're gonna come to some of those. Yeah, in
and it
this
gets
stream.
even
I got something like
more
that.
hilarious when you look at like ancient China, and it's like you said, it's like, oh, Lu Bu swung his spear and he killed 1,000 enemy soldiers. It's
right.
Like, okay,
Yeah.
it's like either this guy is some divine being or this is absolutely exaggerated. But it's funny to read about. It's like, oh,
The
X
population
battle-
density, right? Like so the
X
multiplier.
battle was lost. X battle
Yeah.
was lost. Y city was lost. 10 million people were cannibalized. It's like,
It's insane.
what?
The Chinese casualty numbers all throughout history are just insane. Insane.
Yeah.
I forget who's been posting that thing about, somebody's been posting a meme lately about the Chinese guy who says something like, actually, I'm Jesus's brother. And then it's like, and then a war starts and it shows the
course.
Wikipedia
Oh, yeah. Wasn't it like
casualties
the-
and it's like 10 to 20
Like
million.
the Taiping Rebellion or
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
So here's a quick
was-
question
I'm
on
the brother of
YouTube.
Jesus. Panic ensues, and it's like 100 million people die. It's like,
Yeah,
what's happening?
that's really crazy. All right, so Ariel asks on YouTube, doesn't medieval exclusively refer to European history?
I know, right? It comes from Latin, and I think contemporaneous periods are referred to differently in other parts of the world.
Yeah, I was gonna say like, when you look at the time period of like what you would call medieval Europe, these, if you look at like Japan for instance, they have their own periods that they refer to it as. They don't call it like, oh, this is medieval Japan. It's like, no, they have stuff like Edo
Yeah.
period, Sengoku period, etc.
You might use that terminology when referring to Islam, like the medieval Islamic golden age, but they're wrapped up in that world, right? They are at odds most of the time, and so they are contemporaries and rivals. But like saying medieval, talking about like the medieval Andean civilizations, like in the New World, referring to anything as medieval, or in China and Japan, seems a little bit silly.
Appreciate it, Peanut in the X chat, my guy. And all right, we'll pop it off with Harald Hardrada, medieval scholar. Take it away.
Okay, Harald Hardrada, probably one of the top 5 most interesting men of this entire time period. This guy is absolutely fascinating. When he was 15 years old, He's joined up with his exiled half brother, King Olaf II, who ends up becoming Saint Olaf, who looks to reclaim the throne of Norway. They march on and they come across the forces of King Canute, who's led by Kalf Arneson. They lead into the Battle of Stiklestad. King Olaf is killed in battle. Harald is wounded, but he manages to escape and flees into a nearby forest where he stays in a house and is tended to his wounds. And soon after, he escapes into Sweden. He musters up a group of forces, warriors, who had also survived Stiklestad, and they journey to the Kievan Rus, where from there they enter into the court of Yaroslav the Wise, tells him about King Olaf's death, and Yaroslav employs Harald and his men to essentially fight his enemies for him as mercenaries. Harald and his men absolutely obliterate Yaroslav's enemies. Yaroslav loves him. Harald goes on to fight people. Oh, my thread refreshed. He goes on to fight people in the Poles. He goes on to fight in Estonia. He fights the Eastern Romans, and he fights the Pechenegs in the steppe nomads. From there, after he concludes his service with Yaroslav, he journeys to Constantinople, where he enters his probably most interesting journey of his life and becomes a member of the famed Varangian Guard. From there, Harald is documented to have fought on nearly every frontier of the empire. One of his first things, and they sail into the Mediterranean to combat Muslim corsairs with the Fatimid Caliphate, who were sieging villages and towns around from Sicily and Tunisia, and the fleets make contact. They employ Greek fire, and the Varangian guards board enemy ships and use their giant hulking Dane axes to absolutely crush their enemies with very little contest. After that, Harald and his men go to as far as Mesopotamia. I think Harald is attributed to capturing himself, I don't want to get the number wrong, a ton of enemy strongholds. He seizes strongholds, towns, fortresses. The Varangian Guard is an absolute menace with him in the ranks. He joins with a Roman general, reconquers Sicily from the Muslims. He fights alongside one of your favorites, William Ironarm, and is credited with capturing 4 towns. He fights in southern Italy against the Normans. Romans suffer defeats at Olivento and Monte Maggiore in 1041. One of his titles, Burner of Bulgars, comes from when he was sent to the Balkans in 1041 by the emperor. Played a key role at the Battle of Ostrovo, earning the name Bulgar Burner from his skald. He serves Emperor Michael IV, who dies in 1041. Michael V, his son, becomes emperor, and this is when things get a little messy. Harald is arrested under circumstances that are a little unclear. For allegedly defrauding the empire or insulting a noblewoman. For whatever reason, Michael likely sees Harald as some sort of political threat and imprisons him. Harald escapes imprisonment, and the Varangians, some of them remained loyal to the emperor, but Harald led the ones that sided with the rebellion against Michael V. He's captured, and according to some of the sagas, Harald himself is credited with taking his knife and gouging out the eyes of Emperor Michael V and blinding him and sending him into exile. From there, he takes his unimaginable riches, sails back to Norway to claim the throne that he believes is rightfully his. Harald seeks permission to leave Constantinople. Empress Zoe refuses, and he ends up having a James Bond-esque escape to get out of the city. One of the ships that he is leading is destroyed by Roman defenses, and Harald is eventually able to get out past the iron chains of the Bosphorus and reach the Black Sea. By the time he gets back to Norway, he allies with Sweyn, and then he wants to challenge Magnus the Good because he wants the throne for himself. Obviously, Magnus the Good is currently the king of Norway. He wants Norway, and he also wants Denmark. He soon claims the throne of Norway, and then his eyes set on the conquest of Denmark itself. His greatest attempt to seize Denmark comes at the Battle of Nissa on August 9th of 1062, where he has a massive fleet of 300 ships. He believes initially that Sweyn isn't even going to appear. So Harald dismisses half of his army, so about over 100 ships. Sweyn does arrive, and despite being outnumbered, Harald ends up winning this battle, killing many Danes himself, and destroys 70 of their ships, but Sweyn ends up escaping, and unfortunately Harald fails to conquer Denmark. After realizing that Denmark is not capable to be conquered, he sets his sights on England. From there, he has a claim based on from 1038 agreement between Magnus the Good and another man, which stated that if one of them died, that the other would inherit the lands. So by September of 1066, Harald gathered a massive fleet sailing from Norway and stopping at Shetland, Orkney, and Scotland, where King Malcolm III provided additional troops. Harald and Tostig Godwinson lands in northern England. They raid coastal towns. They fight at the Battle of Fulford and get a major victory. And then the city of York soon surrenders. And unfortunately, soon just a few days later, they encounter Harald Godwinson at Stamford Bridge. The Danes and Harald and his forces had expected that they were going to engage in negotiations, so they left much of their armor behind. So Harald went into battle of Stamford Bridge wearing only a blue tunic and a helmet, and wielding his sword and his royal standard. He did not have his mail shirt and his shield. He is documented to have fought valiantly and bravely amongst his men at the front, and is sadly killed with an arrow piercing his throat. He's the last Viking king. He's fought essentially all over Europe and Asia Minor at this point. He fights over much of the frontier of the Eastern Roman Empire against ridiculous amounts of enemies. His warrior prowess is hard to equal in terms of Norsemen. I believe that I'm going to be generous. I personally believe that Harald belongs in S tier, but I will leave it up to discussion and put him in A tier initially.
I think he's S.
Yeah.
I think he's S.
All right. Well, you know the rules. If you guys agree, let's see. Where do we go here? I gotta click on the Discord. All right. If you guys agree, then we're good to go. So we'll put him in S tier. We'll start him off there.
80 strongholds. That is.
A couple things I'll add.
I didn't want to get the number wrong.
What's that?
David had posted a meme here. Harald
Maybe we
Hardrada
should,
had captured
Yeah, maybe we should
80
read this meme.
strongholds.
It's a well-known Harald Hardrada meme, and it goes, "Me." I don't know if you can just share the picture, Mike, but it goes, "Me. I don't have time to balance work and hobbies. Harald Hardrada, almost killed in Norway, exiled to Russia, joined the Varangian Guard, fought Arab pirates in the Mediterranean, fought in Sicily, Jerusalem, Italy, went as far east as the Tigris, captured 80 strongholds." Mastered poetry, brewing, horse riding, swimming, skiing, shooting, rowing, and playing the harp, became king of Norway, prevented a civil war, invaded Denmark, fought in Sweden, invaded England, imprisoned for murder, got out of prison in the midst of a revolt. That was back in the Byzantine Empire. So he was an extraordinary character, right? I completely agree with you, medieval scholar, and I think he is S tier.
All right, well, there we go. S tier. A couple anecdotes that I'll add to his fame here is that he's one of the few men in history to fight the Normans twice and lose to them and still live. So maybe it doesn't sound incredible, but the Normans were really good at killing people. Also, I love the story when they're having the negotiation before Stamford Bridge. Apparently, he must have been pretty tall because when Tostig asks his brother Harold Godwinson, well, okay, if I get whatever they negotiated that I get, what about the King of Norway here? He came all this way. What does he get? And Harold Godwinson says 7 feet of dirt, or maybe a little bit more, as he's a little bit taller than most men.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, sources are obviously from back then very take it with a bucket of salt. But some people attribute Harald Hardrada to being over 7 feet tall. That is a hulking monster of a man. So if you can imagine a over 7 foot tall giant Norseman in full Varangian armor, hauberk, all that stuff, Dane axe coming at you, it's really not going to be a fun time. That's probably why the Normans weren't able to kill him.
I think that's why I was so quick to agree with you with the S tier assessment is because he does marry that physicality, the prowess, to skill as a general, skill as a commander. He was both. And in the sagas, there are some very, very crafty battle plans, which are probably apocryphal. His ventures in Arabia, in Sicily, show like immense cunning. And on top of that, the range of experiences he has had, the amount of places he has been to and fought in. He has experiences on the field of battle which probably no other contemporary of his has in terms of the range, from the Tigris to the English Channel. What a character, and yeah, definitely S tier. I would have done him if you hadn't done him, so I'm pleased to see him.
The textbook example of the word adventurer. Like,
Yeah.
seriously, he went everywhere.
He needs a
And
movie. He needs a Hollywood movie.
He needs a movie by... I literally would not trust anyone but Robert Eggers to depict Harold's life.
Don't even think about it, Ridley Scott.
Don't think about it.
Yeah.
Hands
Ridley,
off.
if you somehow ever hear this episode, please, I beg you, do not even think about it.
Yeah.
All right.
Also, carving up the eyes of an emperor.
Yeah, he was all over the place. He was a legend.
I think the sagas say he seduced Zoe, and that I read a biography that was a little bit like it was taking the sagas at face value, which is always fun, and it was like, yeah, he could have been Byzantine emperor. It just didn't work out.
I mean, knowing the things that he successfully did, it's not possible. But if there was someone,
if there was somebody,
it would have been him.
Yeah.
Ariel says should have brought his armor at Stamford Bridge though. Well, that's just the logistics of warfare at that time were just a lot more complicated than I think we maybe give them credit to.
He had it with him, but they had believed that Harald Godwinson was going to engage in negotiations rather than immediate battle. And considering the drastic, sudden action that was required, Harald Hardrada likely did not have time to grab his chainmail, put it on, grab his shield, and then run to join his men.
Harald Godwinson was a formidable foe. He was very cunning too, and he was quite tough.
But it is proof to that like warrior ethos that like faced with potentially certain death, he does not even try to grab his armor or his shield, and is essentially unarmored, grabs his sword, and joins his men.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely.
All right, Harald Hardrada, well done, S tier. So next we have Godfrey of Bouillon, who was unfortunately, nobody's fault. It's not saying anything, but just unfortunately he got done a little dirty in our stream on the Kings. We mentioned this at the time.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to make a comeback today.
He's going to rank higher. Oh,
yeah,
he's going to make a big comeback.
This is a
place.
little redemption for him here. So
For sure.
he's described by Ralph of Cayenne as a man totally devoted to war and God. So on his mother's side, he was descended directly from Charlemagne. He actually was not set to inherit any lands. His father was Eustace of Bouillon, who actually fought with William the Conqueror in the Battle of Hastings as an ally. And so he was the second son of his father. His oldest son is Eustace the third, or maybe it's Eustace the second. I forget how many Eustaces there are, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. In any case, he's set to not inherit anything, but his mother's brother, Godfrey the Hunchback, ends up leaving him the Duchy of Lorraine upon his death. However, this is all sort of contingent on the Emperor, Henry IV. And so Henry IV basically takes his inheritance and gives him a smaller inheritance instead, and gives his actual inheritance to some other vassals, essentially trying to test Godfrey's loyalty, because Henry was going through some serious, not only internal conflicts, but obviously the conflicts with the papacy at the time. And so he needed to sort of make sure that his vassals were loyal to him. So Godfrey had 9 years of basically fighting with Henry in his various campaigns in Italy and also in Germany to prove himself before he was given his lands. During that time, he was actually challenged to a duel, reportedly. And during the duel, him and this other guy, I guess he accepted the duel, and him and this other guy, they're fighting. And Godfrey hits the other guy's shield with his sword and snaps off his sword. The spectator, it says, the report says that the spectators tried to intervene and then sort of stop everything because he had a broken sword. Now that I've read about duels, I don't know if that's actually the case, but we'll leave that aside for now. In any case, he has Godfrey apparently waved them off and said, no, we'll keep going. Like this 6 inches of broken sword is good enough, which it turned out it was, because he hit the dude on the side of the head with the broken sword and laid him on the ground half dead, grabbed the guy's sword, and negotiated an end to the duel with the other man now that he had the other guy's sword. So he won a duel, he got his lands back, and then he was still fighting with Henry in his various campaigns. So then, obviously, the call to crusade, he sells or mortgages a huge amount of his lands to finance his army. And also in this time when he was fighting basically to prove his loyalty to Henry, his brothers were with him that whole time. So when his brothers joined him on crusade, it wasn't a novel thing or anything where they were unfamiliar. They were very familiar with how each other operated and fought when they went on crusade. Anyway, so on crusade, at some point there's, he's got his army, his guys, and there's a merchant in the area, a Middle Eastern merchant who apparently had heard of Godfrey. And so this is where we're going to get into it. He did come up to Godfrey. They came into the camp, and he brought a camel and said that he'd heard of Godfrey and was curious if Godfrey could cut off the camel's head with one stroke. And so Godfrey took his sword and just really easily apparently chopped off the camel's head with one stroke. The merchant then says, well, that's cool, but I noticed you were using your own sword, which is probably particularly sharp, so it may not be real. And so Godfrey basically took the merchant's sword. They brought over another camel, and he just did the same thing, just whoop, lopped off the head one stroke. So then the merchant was, of course, adequately impressed. He was present at the Battle of Dorylaeum. His contingent, along with Raymond's, were decisive in routing the Turks at Dorylaeum. At some point after Dorylaeum, there was an incident, allegedly, where he is foraging, which it seems to correspond with the record because he basically falls out of the record until Antioch. So there's an incident where he is foraging and they hear some loud roaring nearby. And so they spur their horses on and go towards the sound of the noise. And apparently there's a giant man-eating bear chasing some guy. So Godfrey rides right at him and goes to hit the bear. And the bear knocks him off of his horse, basically gets on him. The bear, in the fighting, Godfrey cuts his own leg with his sword somehow in the melee. The bear grabs him by the throat, bit him in the throat or grabs him by the throat. Godfrey takes his sword and stabs the bear all the way up to the hilt, and another knight rides by and also whacks the bear. And so then everybody was able to eat some bear later that night, but Godfrey ended up being rushed back to the camp, obviously half dead, bleeding everywhere. But he did survive the encounter with the man-eating bear. So after that was the Battle of Antioch, or the Siege of Antioch, I should say. And there was actually a battle outside of the bridge of Antioch. And the record says, as there's this sort of like escalating melee outside of this bridge, Godfrey heard the tumult and galloped up, placing himself in the thick of things where the road entered the bridge leading to Antioch. Some knights of the Rhineland fought their way through the stream of Muslim fugitives to guard his back. The mailed horsemen became a wedge that divided the stream to either side down to the river. Godfrey, at the point of the wedge, held his ground by dint of sword strokes. He was seen to slash the body of a Turk in two, above the hips, so that the frightened horse galloped on over the bridge with only its rider's legs still upon the saddle. Which maybe sounds like a little bit of a fanciful anecdote, just like the camel sounds like a little bit of a fanciful anecdote. But there's a lot of fanciful anecdotes of Godfrey just chopping things in half. So there might be some
happening so much where you think maybe it's not
right.
fanciful anecdotes.
Maybe he actually was chopping people in half. If there's just so many anecdotes about chopping stuff in half. And so then anyway, so he's obviously part of the decisive force that takes Antioch. He's part of the Battle of Antioch shortly after that. And then he's one of the main contingents that marches to Jerusalem, and he and his men. One of his men was the first one over the wall, and he was on the tower, and also one of the first men, although he was not the first man, over the wall into Jerusalem. So he was certainly decisive in that battle, bringing about the end of the siege of Jerusalem and capturing the city. And then he fought a month later at the Battle of Ascalon, where the Fatimid army was coming up to try to reinforce the city, and they had marched out. And with a force outnumbered 2-1, they fought the Fatimid army, and actually, apparently, at one point, the vanguard had outmaneuvered had sort of come around and surrounded the Crusader rear, and Godfrey was commanding the forces on the left. And it's noted that he personally came and relieved the rear and saved them from being overrun and killed by the vanguard of the Fatimid army. So anyway, TLDR, he fought for 9 years to prove his loyalty to get his lands. And then he fought another 9 years with his brothers in the internal disputes with the emperor. And then he went on crusade. He's chopping up camels, chopping up Turks, kills the man-eating bear with the help of the other knight. He is significant in the battles of Dorylaeum, Antioch, the Battle of Antioch, one of the first guys over the wall in Jerusalem, and very significant presence at the Battle of Ascalon. So I think Godfrey, for my money, is going to end up in the S tier, but of course, it's up to you, gentlemen.
Yeah, I'm not.
I'm not going to debate that.
I'm not debating it. He's going S tier. I mean,
You guys think he goes above or below Harold?
The bear.
That's tough.
See, I think Godfrey is one of the people who had such like an adventurous life that he actually could match Harold.
Yeah, for me, what might make the difference and tip it in favor of Godfrey is all the first-hand accounts of him chopping stuff up. Like with Harold, you have some of that. A lot of it, in my mind, is inferred. You're also working. Well, you're working with chronicles versus sagas. I think sagas are more prone to flights of fancy, but I don't know. Maybe
they
medieval
want to
scholar
tell
can chime in
epic
here.
stories of their
Yeah,
great
but even in
warriors.
the sagas, like, is the emphasis on his own physical prowess, or is it more about his cunning? To my mind, it's more the latter.
For Harold,
Could be
when
wrong.
it is noted that when he arrived in Constantinople, he had originally, it is said that he allegedly hid his identity of who he was, but he was soon recognized due to his martial ability and that of his prowess in combat, and they soon recognized who he was.
And that's how he got the job with in Kiev, right?
Yeah, with the Rus, they also had recognized him because Yaroslav was familiar with his half brother. So as a result, by extension, he's familiar with Harold. He knows Harold is capable. He's a capable, strong fighter. So that's why he pretty much immediately recruits him and his buddies as mercenaries to go fight his foes. He joins the Varangians, and I'm sure being over allegedly 7 foot tall can definitely help you a lot when it comes to fighting people. But I don't think.
But we have to infer, right? Like, we have to infer. If you put Godfrey in Harold's shoes, I think we'd have some descriptions of him chopping stuff up, which we might be lacking with Harold.
Yeah, but his story of a lot of the accounts of Harold and his accomplishments definitely come from his time with the Romans.
I like that you refer to them as that.
Yeah, Steve. If I said Byzantines, I think Stephen would probably send a mob after me. But he, Burner of Bulgars, he totally crushed that rebellion, which was charged to him to do. He obviously, him and his Varangians, annihilated the Muslim corsairs that were terrorizing the Mediterranean and Roman waters in Sicily and Tunisia. Loses to the Normans twice and doesn't die either time. I think
you're making the case
I think that bumps him up a lot.
It does. I think you're making the case for him being a better commander, potentially. I don't know that he's the better warrior to my mind. To me, I rank Godfrey above just from the trials of strength and prowess, which is, again, that's kind of like, that was my methodology.
It's hard to take the sagas as, like, I mean, you can't really take the sagas as, like, face value, because obviously they want to really...
I do with one of them. Like, I'm going to do that with Ahil. But
for the most part, they really want to, like, inflate the achievements of their heroes. So
I'm going to put Godfrey a little bit ahead because he didn't die in battle.
Oh, there you go.
We use that one as the...
Fair enough.
That's what tips the scales.
Yeah.
But
I think being decisive in the First Crusade, that's like a military achievement of pretty epic proportions.
Yeah, I'll give him that. It was likely Harold's dream to die in battle.
No crusade would be that successful, except, I mean, this was a short-lived success, the Sixth Crusade. There was no fighting. It was pretty anticlimactic with Frederick II, right? We all know about that.
Yeah. Be Frederick II, excommunicated 1 million times, question mark, prophet.
All right, so there we go. Godfrey's up on top for now. So let's go to Philip of Alsace. Take it away, David.
Great. I think this transitions very organically from the last, because how I found out about Philip of Alsace, not a huge name, but how I found out was by reading Bart van Loo's The Burgundian. So I'm obviously doing a lot of research for the Burgundian series I'm doing for the channel. And he comes up during a passage about the Feast of the Pheasant. So this was part of the Burgundian propaganda campaign to get another crusade up and going. It would never happen. And so what follows, in Bart van Loo's words, was just the recollection of kind of past glory. So he says, what remained was the memory of the debacle of John the Fearless at Nicopolis, although nostalgic warriors prefer to think back to the expeditions of St. Louis, the adventures of Philip Augustus, Richard the Lionheart, Philip of Alsace, and above all, the conquest of Jerusalem by Godfrey of Bouillon in 1099. So, little shout out there to Godfrey. But this was my first brush with Philip of Alsace, and I said, okay, this seems like an interesting figure. If he's being ranked with such mighty names, the names of kings, you have St. Louis, Philip Augustus, Richard the Lionheart. Who is this figure? And as it turns out, he features pretty memorably as a side character in the history of William Marshal, which we talked about. This biography was referenced, and this is the earliest surviving biography of a medieval knight. And so, as much as it would be great if Philip of Alsace got his own, the fact that he features quite memorably and is so lauded in this biography speaks to his credit. Okay, so a little bit about him and his biography. His father was Thierry of Alsace. He was a noted crusader, and he was the Count of Flanders in a pretty exciting time in Flemish history. Thierry, who is Philip's father, again, he departs for Jerusalem and leaves Philip kind of running things at the young age of 14. So he is quite a precocious figure. He has to grow up pretty quickly, as many noblemen do in the Middle Ages.
I'm sorry to interrupt. What year are we talking about? Like, what year was he born?
1143,
okay.
And he is going to die in 1191. So
sorry to
it's
interrupt.
No problem. It's a life contained in the 12th century. Okay, so he is count in his own right about a decade later, meaning he's about 24, 25. And then he's not bad as a ruler. He expands Flemish power to the south. He has a very able right-hand man who is behind some of the success that he has. But he's also a crusader, and he is a pretty important player in the power games between England and France, and even to some extent Jerusalem, as we will come to with the First Crusade that he takes part in 1177. Right. So when he arrives, interestingly enough, Baldwin IV, the Leper King, he offers Philip the regency of Jerusalem, which for some reason, I myself am still unclear on this. Philip refuses, and he says that he had come there as a pilgrim and not to meddle in the politics. But there are reports, according to William of Tyre, that he does meddle in the politics, that he's trying to do some sort of marriage diplomacy with the nobility of the Kingdom of Jerusalem, and is rebuffed, is unsuccessful. All in all, his participation in this crusade was anticlimactic. This is when the Battle of Montgisard happens, when Saladin is defeated, and he does not take part in this battle. He instead takes part in an unsuccessful siege in northern Syria. The second crusade that he takes part in, he goes in 1190. He arrives for the siege of Acre, and then he dies of an epidemic. So not a distinguished battle record at all. And so why is he on this list? Really, in a word, it's tournaments. He was a tournament celebrity. So there's quite a gap between his armed pilgrimages, right? Between the times that he goes on crusade, and during that time, and even before he goes on his first crusade, he is distinguishing himself in these tournaments at a time when this is kind of the golden age of these tournaments. Tournaments end up happening a little bit later in the Middle Ages than when most people think. They really get popular. They're really popular even during the end of the Middle Ages, what we would think of as the Renaissance era. This is the 12th century, as we mentioned, and this is when tournaments are getting really, really popular because of the likes of William Marshal and also Philip of Alsace. So, in this biography of William Marshal, Philip is referred to as mightily renowned, as the most courteous and celebrated Count of Flanders, and as someone exceedingly valiant and wise. So there are plenty of superlatives like those littered throughout that biography in reference to Philip, but you would not think it in terms of his battle record, right? It's not his battle record that gets him this reputation. It's the tournament going. Part of his fame also comes from the fact that he is basically a coach for Henry the Young King, the junior king of England, who is the son of Henry II, and he really teaches him how to dominate the tournament circuit, which he goes on to do. Henry the Young King ends up being like the tournament king par excellence. So this leads us to some of the, tricks of the trade. Like, what was his secret? Why was he so good at these tournaments? And so I will quote from the biography now. In shrewd intelligence, he, meaning Philip, surpassed all men of his time. Great prowess needs to be combined with guile. And whenever the young king, again, he's tutoring him, went to a tournament with his mighty company, fierce and bold, following his banner, the Count of Flanders, meaning Philip, would bide his time, joining the tourney only when all were flagging and had lost their shape. Then, seeing his advantage, the Count, shrewd as well as valiant, would charge in from the flank. Many a saddle was emptied then, many a knight unhorsed, beaten and battered, taken prisoner and ransomed. The same knights who at the outset had been the first to enter the fray. It's foolish to break ranks too soon. That's how the Count dealt with the young king. He attacked when he saw his men disordered, tiring and sore from blows. That was his tactic every time. So he was kind of a sneaky fighter. He was a counterattacker, and Henry the young king sees that this works, and he does exactly that. So later he beats, it's a case of the student becoming the master. He beats Philip using exactly these same tricks of the trade. And it would go on to be said of Henry the young king that he was the best king who ever took up a shield, the most daring and best of all tourneyers from the time when Roland was alive and even before. Never was seen a knight so skilled, so warlike, whose fame resounded so around the world, even if Roland did come back, or if the world were searched as far as the River Nile and the setting sun. So, some of this kind of, these superlatives that chroniclers like to throw in. But he was definitely incredibly skilled as a tourney goer, and it is in large part, because of his coach. So again, he is the tournament celebrity par excellence. His participation in a tourney would make or break the show. Him going would draw a crowd. He would bring many illustrious knights with him who were great fighters in their own right. As for whether he was better than William Marshal, who is the star of this biography and who will come up, we can turn to Philip himself. He said, "God's teeth, Marshal, you won't find me fool enough to take you on. I don't care what anyone says." But I think being second to William Marshal isn't that bad. And I would put Philip conservatively in B tier.
What do you think,
I think
Medieval
that's
Scholar?
a fair placing. Like you said, he doesn't have that like battle record repertoire
Not at all.
that someone
Not at
like Godfrey has, but his experience and massive success within tournaments definitely really bumps him high up to the list, because obviously, people, when they think of combat in the Middle Ages, they always think of battle, war, skirmishes, etc. But success in tournaments is absolutely nothing to scoff at, because when you think about it, taking part in a tournament, much of the time, the people that are there alongside you, competing with you, are also equally skilled. They're also equally rich and well equipped. These are the knights who have the renown to enroll in these tournaments are absolutely nothing to scoff at. And like you said, being second to someone like William Marshal is incredible, because, as I will get into soon, William Marshal is probably the greatest tournament knight ever.
Yep.
Well, I guess that settles it. We just put William Marshal right ahead of Philip. Easy. I think one thing to remember of note is that the tournaments, less so as time went on, but certainly during that period and more so prior, could have been a fatal affair. It was not tournaments. It was not like, what's it like? You go to Vegas at the Excalibur thing or whatever, where they're just goofing around.
It's very like WWE. Like
right.
very,
Yeah. It wasn't like that at all. There was, I think
a lance could like shatter and just like puncture your throat.
Well, isn't that how Henry the Young King died? If I remembered, he got a shattered lance in the eye.
I believe so. Yeah. At 28
from a tournament. Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
But anyway, even sort of like accidents aside, I think the tournaments were potentially fatal affairs. I mean, those guys were fighting hard, and certainly in earlier periods they were. But even in this period with William Marshal and Philip of Alsace, I think they were still fatal affairs. And it was not, you had your own money on the line. If you got captured, you had to pay out a ransom. That's how these guys ended up making money. So, they were fighting hard, and there were fatalities. It was not like I can't remember what that name of that place is in Vegas, but it wasn't like that at all.
Medieval times, right?
Medieval times.
In Excalibur. Yeah. Yeah, that's fun. But it was nothing like that. You're right.
It's not like the tournaments and jousts that you see.
And it's not all just jousts. Like it sounds like, based on some of these descriptions, that they're skirmishing. It sounds very warlike.
It's like different war games that they conduct. Yeah. You can have jousts, you can have duels, you can have where it's like, maybe like a melee of an assortment of knights that are like on teams.
Exactly.
And obviously armor in like the 13th century, it's not as, it does its job, but it's not as well done as when you see tournaments and jousts and things like that in like the late Middle Ages of like the Holy Roman Empire. You look at like the armor that Maximilian wore with it's very heavy plate, protective. You have the frog mouth helmets, things like that. You're very much less likely to die during these tournaments with that type of armor. But
in fact,
back during these like Philip of Alsace and William Marshal, their armor isn't as good. You're much more susceptible to taking a fatal wound from literally anything.
There's that, and also again, it's melees that they're doing. So that seems to be what Philip of Alsace and Henry the Young King particularly favor. And in a description of the young king like finally triumphing over the master, Philip of Alsace, it basically reads like a forced retreating. He says the biographer says there was no stopping him, meaning the young king. He confronted them with a mighty charge, scattering the king's men, weary from their long contest, and the pursuit that followed was hell for leather. So these were incredibly dramatic affairs. They read like battle descriptions, and there's room for tactics, there's room for gamesmanship. And, Philip of Alsace probably could have had a much better battle record, but the fact of the matter is that war is a very chaotic affair, and, the battles that he happened to take part in didn't go his way. But I think he proved his warrior spirit on the tournament circuit, and also at a time when tournaments were only just getting to be popular. 12th century tournaments. This is like relatively early. It is. Yeah. It's a new phenomenon.
It's all fun and games for the people, like the nobility and the spectators that are there. But when you're a knight who's taking part in this, you're fighting for your money that you've invested. You're fighting for your honor as a knight. You're fighting for your life in many aspects. If you're like in these melees, like Henry the Young King and Philip.
Yeah, and the last thing I'll mention is
totally disgraced if you get absolutely just trounced effortlessly.
Absolutely, and then the converse. The last thing I'll mention is just that when I was talking about him being a major player in the games between England and France, it's really because of how good he is at tournaments and the tutelage he offers the young king. This is what makes his reputation. Flanders is also on the come up, and he's expanding Flemish power to the south, but that's really neither here nor there. It's like the tournament going that makes him this celebrity and this power player.
Tournaments rock.
So the last thing I'll say about to add to the tournaments, in the section on Godfrey, I was reading out of Harold Lamb's book, Iron Men and Saints, and he has a portion at the end here where he says he's talking about how the knights were trained essentially, and it's several pages long. And he says the new knight was now privileged to take his place in tournaments, and these were not the ceremonious affairs of later centuries. They made grim test of the strength and hardihood of novice knights. The combatants formed on two sides, several score strong, and rode against each other in an open field. Their weapons might be seasoned wood or blunted iron, but that did not save the riders from broken bones and bloodletting. When they bore weapons of sharpened steel, some of them would die. The lists, instead of housing a colorful assembly to watch the conflict, were in reality spaces fenced off, whither wounded or wearied fighters could withdraw and be safe. So outside the lists, the tournament was actual combat.
There you
that's
go.
Crazy.
All right.
Like naturally, right? When it's that early in the sort of history of the sport, it's going to be more dangerous. You think about like other sports that
It's like when you watch the old footage of the NFL.
exactly, right? Or boxing, you see how
Yeah.
this sport has become almost increasingly sanitized and civilized over time. And even in the days of Henry VIII, like he almost dies at a tournament. It's still plenty dangerous, but it's especially dangerous back then.
Wasn't Henry VIII also just like I don't know a lot about him because he's past that kind of time frame, but it wasn't he before he got fat. Exceptionally skilled
He
as
was.
a tournament.
I think he was
He was.
considered the best jouster in England, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the YouTube chat, Renaissance Rewind said, so A Knight's Tale, but he dies of plague at the end.
Pretty much.
Basically, yeah. That's a good way to sum it up.
Yeah.
It's not plague. We don't know what he dies of, but
He
it's
died
some
of
epidemic.
he died of something.
Also, I didn't put it together ahead of time, but Philip of Alsace, his death is supposedly maybe one of the instigators of Philip Augustus leaving the crusade to go shore up the lands in Flanders.
Mm.
All right, William Marshal.
Oh, okay. You and I personally have talked about like our favorite knights ever. We've talked about Bayard and things like that. William Marshal's my favorite knight, and it's really not close. William Marshal is, to many people, the greatest knight who's ever lived. He served 5 kings, those people being Henry II, the young Henry, Richard I, King John, and also Henry III. He, at the age, when he was a kid, William Marshal was, when his dad's lands were being sieged by King Stephen. King Stephen threatened William Marshal's life twice, one of which times he said that he would put William into a catapult and launch his childlike body at the walls and basically make him splatter against the stones. To which his father goes, "Go ahead, because I can just make more kids." So Stephen goes, okay. And then he's like, fine, I guess I'll just kill him then. So he goes to walk the young William Marshal to the gallows to hang him. And apparently, as they're walking there, William Marshal looks at a knight nearby who is, I believe, either holding a spear or a lance. And the child, William Marshal, goes, "Let me have a go at that." And the enthusiasm and excitement apparently spurs something within Stephen, and he spares William Marshal's life. From there, William goes to Chateau de Tankerville in Normandy, learns to be... this is where he studies to be a knight under William. William de Tankerville. William Marshal was knighted in 1166 during a campaign in Normandy while it was being invaded by Flanders. The English historian David Crouch said that war, quote, "War in the 12th century was not fought wholly for honor. Profit was there to be made. In this regard, Marshal was not so successful as he was unable to translate his combat victories into profit from either ransom or seized booty." However, they did say that in his first taste of battle and combat, that William Marshal did prove himself to be very skilled in actual warfare, but he wasn't very good at first at seizing things to make money. From there, in 1167, so a year later, William de Tankerville sponsors William Marshal for his first tournament, and this is where he finds his calling, develops prowess, and later makes him a champion of tournaments, which would make him eventually essentially the undisputed goat of tournament circuit. From there, William is in service of, I think it was Eleanor of Aquitaine. They come across, they're ambushed on journey by Guy de Lyon, And usually, in these time periods, a knight is usually taken as hostage for ransom, or worth a lot of money. You sell them off, make a big profit. But William Marshal's uncle is actually ran through by a spear and is killed. And on both sides, both from William Marshal's side and from Guy de Lusignan, the knights are astonished to see this happen because this is not normal. So there's a biography of William Marshal. It says, quote, seeing his more mortally stricken, the Marshal was crazed with grief, desperate to take revenge, unable to arm, fully clad only in a hauberk. He rode straight to attack, wielding a lance. He knocked the first man he saw straight to the ground. And no ravening lion ever so savage with its prey. Indeed, anyone who got in his way, he put a painful, dismal end. Soon he unsaddled, or soon as he was unsaddled, a band of 60 men attacked him, but he showed no fear, and he backed up, held his back against the hedge to defend his front, to which he said to the people assaulting him, quote, anyone who fancies testing their strength, step forward. He was an exceptional warrior. He ends up getting captured. He gets, I believe, a spear to the leg there. He's wounded. He's carried away by Guy de Lusignan. Fast forward from there, when he is in 1183, Henry is becoming sick and is dying. On June 11th, 1183, he dies. On his deathbed, King Henry asked William to fulfill a vow that Henry had made and take up the cross on crusade and go to the Holy Land in his place. This is where William kind of drops off the record. For some reason, there really isn't any documentation of his time on crusade, but what we do know is that from William's own mouth when he was on his deathbed, is that he made a deal with the Knights Templar that when he was on his deathbed, he would take his oaths and join the Knights Templar. He left for the Holy Land in 1183, and then, obviously, like I said, drops off the record. Fast forward 6 years, 1189, there's a skirmish between William Marshal and Richard the Lionheart, where he kills Richard the Lionheart's horse and is apparently he's said to be the only man who ever unhorsed Richard. William was welcomed into the court of him after Henry's death, and who had apparently great respect for Richard to William for being able to do this. William served Richard as honorably, and on his king's deathbed, he named William the custodian of Rouen, and he was also named the royal treasurer during the interregnum. William was also loyal to King John when he took the throne in 1199, and he heavily engaged in defense of Normandy against the Capetian armies for England. From there, loyal to Henry III upon his succession, the now 70-year-old William led the charge at the Battle of Lincoln in 1217 and fought at the head, leading them to victory. He died on May 14th, 1219. William Marshal, the first Earl of Pembroke. On his deathbed, he took the oaths of the Knights Templar, which obviously this is essentially true because he's buried in Temple Church in London, which was the former headquarters of the Templars. But also on his deathbed, William Marshal is said to have bested 500 knights in the tournament circuit, which is an impossible to fathom number. Usually, when you see these knights in tournaments, they best a good amount. They have successful careers, but being able to best 500 of them, you can imagine how much fame and fortune that he was able to amass from not only probably across the kingdom, but also probably from word of mouth all around Europe. There's probably people all throughout multiple kingdoms that knew William's name due to his large success throughout the tournament circuit. William Marshal was also very important in the creation and signing of the Magna Carta, which is a very interesting fact about him. Um,
All right, where do you want to put him?
S tier.
Where in S?
Respectfully above Godfrey.
Whoa.
All right, what do you
He's got
think,
battle
David?
experience. He serves
I
5
think
kings.
he might be
unhoard.
bottom of S. But do you think
Well,
the
serves
battle
5
record?
kings. He fights in battles. He even at the old age of 70, he fights at the front in a vanguard. He leads
I do
them
like
to
that.
victory.
Very Shishka-esque, as we will come to.
Besting 500 knights in tournaments. He's basically as close to world famous celebrity as you can get due to this tournament circuit success. And as the biography part stated, when he was seeking revenge for his slain uncle in combat, he was an enraged man who, where no ravening lion was ever so savage with its prey. Anyone who got in his way he put to a painful, dismal end. So clearly, not only does he have the exceptional and better record in tournament than someone like Philip of Alsace, but he also has that that combat ability, that combat record, where he's widely successful, and by accounts, he's also a savage warrior when all the chips are on the table.
He won up somewhat definitely on the tournaments, as Philip himself admits. But the battle record, I'm still curious about. Do you think that justifies the S tier inclusion?
Well, considering, I think it should carry a lot of weight leading a charge in a vanguard at 70 years old and leading the army to victory.
Mm-hmm.
I think should carry a lot of weight, considering. Imagine someone 70 years old doing that today, and then go all the way back to that time period, and it's arguably far more impressive. Taking on allegedly taking on 60 men unsaddled and showing no fear and challenging them to step forward and test their might against him. He's clearly someone who is not afraid to scrap with numbers that are impossible to beat.
So I'll pop in, and then maybe David will be the decider here. But I think top of A tier is probably fair, in my opinion. And I think one of the ways that we should which don't get me wrong, William Marshal is a legend. I'm not, of course, trying to say anything bad about William Marshal, but I think for me, when doing these rankings, like we've discussed, tournament fighting was serious, but it's not on the level of like fighting in the Crusades, fighting at Stamford Bridge, fighting in these other things that are sort of a little bit a notch above. I'm not saying that
he did fight in the Crusades, but I wish that part is documented. I wish he didn't drop off of basically the face of the earth when that happens.
Mm-hmm.
Because we don't know to what extent that he took part in the Crusades.
And I think, you can certainly, what's the phrase? Like, beware of an old man in a young man's game. William Marshal is a legend, leading a charge at 70.
Of an old man in a trade where people die young or something like that.
And it makes me think about, like, when you think about somebody like Kobe, how he starts his career really athletic, and then by the time he's 40, he's got like the tricks, like the step back jumper and all these things. It's like, it makes me wonder what, like, in his early career, William Marshal was just this beast, just through raw strength, just running through people. And then, by the end of his career, he has like the little step back jumper and like the little clever stuff, or whatever that he's doing when he's 70. Kind of wonder what that looks like for a knight. But
they also said in his biography that his within tournaments that his skill was allowed him to attend events on his own, skilled as a horseman and powerful with crushing blows, while also being strong enough to resist blows that would have felled other men. He had all the attributes of a champion and was once in a generation talent.
I can't argue. I'm not arguing that William Marshal isn't a legend. I just think that in making a distinction between all of these guys, for me, the tournament fighting, it doesn't hit the same as open field battles, especially as we get to later, like with Zizka and stuff like this. I mean, these guys that are fighting, with firearms and these types of things, or guys that are fighting duels to the death, stuff like that. It just doesn't it doesn't hit the same for me in terms of the weighting, which isn't to say that William Marshall's not a legend.
In that case, I think we land perfectly on a compromise. If you're thinking top of A, I'm thinking bottom of S, and
I'll
then
settle
medieval
bottom
scholar.
of S. I'll take that.
You're thinking top of S. I think bottom of S.
Because William Marshal, regardless of where we find him, I think he's just such an incredibly iconic and legendary, like even as the biographies say, once in a generation man.
The fact that he has a biography too speaks immensely to his favor. And what a biography it is too, right? It's very kind of like personably written.
Yeah,
it's quite a fun read. Yeah, it's a fun read. So
he definitely deserves. Also, how many other people do you get to say took oaths to join the Templars on their deathbed? I think
many people would share your assessment that he is the greatest knight, and quite chivalrous too. Like as a person, seems.
Oh yeah,
seems quite chivalrous.
He honored his vows and oaths. Like basically, he would have rather died than broken these things.
I think that's going to be something that's also sort of hard to distinguish with Bayard as well, because he was preeminently known as a knight.
To talk about Bayard.
All right, so now we will move on. Fittingly, it's been actually a nice segue from Philip to William and now to Richard. So Richard the Lionheart.
Hold on.
And so Richard, he was originally his father's third son, but he ends up becoming king. In his early life, he becomes his father gives him the Duchy of Aquitaine. So he's born in England, raised there until he's 8. And then he has the Duchy of Aquitaine. So he spends most of his time basically in Aquitaine, loves Aquitaine. But a big part of his early career prior to the Third Crusade is either spent rebelling against his father or putting down rebellious barons to him via Philip, or who are loyal to his father, or whoever is the case. And so I believe he goes on crusade when he's 30. I should have looked this up. But for the first 15 years, he basically is just fighting in these skirmishes, sieging castles. And one of the notable ones was this castle of Teleborg, which was known to be impregnable. So nobody was known to be able to take it. But Richard showed up, and he sets up his siege engines. He goes to work, and he sets up very close to the castle and baits the defenders to sally out and try to harass his siege equipment and all of this stuff. This is on about the 4th day of the siege. And Richard himself personally leads the counterattack against the sally out and pushes the defenders back into the gate, and himself personally pushes through into the castle, into the gate, and they end up taking this castle on the 4th day of the siege. And this event was due to him being able to take this so quickly. Basically, all of the neighboring barons and counts all surrendered and gave up their argument with Richard just due to taking this one castle so quickly. In any case, prior to going on crusade, he's got 15 years of siege skirmish experience. Oh, and also there's one other notable event prior to going on crusade there was a mercenary army that was hired to fight them down in, I believe it was Limon. And he was up in Brittany at the time. And so him and his army marched, basically they rode 2 days, almost day and night, and surprised these guys, completely obliterated the army, captured the leader of the mercenaries, executed everybody except for the ones that they spared to blind and then set free, which included executing the commander of the mercenaries. And that was sort of the main battle that he took command of prior to the Crusades. But before that, his early career was really just skirmishes and sieging castles, which ended up paying huge dividends in the Crusades. So he leaves on crusade, and him and Philip arrive in Messina, and this is on Sicily. And in the Crusades, there's a lot of chaos as these armies are moving through different territories, because obviously it's a large number of fighting men who are moving through your area, but it's fighting men who may have disagreements with each other, or they have various disagreements with the place that they're at. So there's, of course, all kinds of opportunities in every crusade along the journey for various factions of armies to be fighting each other, or to be fighting the people in the town over the price of food, or because somebody disrespected somebody, or they have some sort of beef, or, whatever is the case. So they're in Messina, and there's been a lot of problems as they're sort of preparing everything to get ready to sail out. There's been a lot of problems with people fighting. So Richard summons Philip and the local lords of Messina to he set up some little, he took over some palace, if I recall correctly. And so he summons them to him. And as they're in this negotiation where they're talking about, like, okay, let's fix the price of bread and wine so there's not any riots over food and this, that, and the other, all of a sudden they start hearing all of these clashing swords and people screaming and running around as they're in the middle of this conference. And it turns out that one of Richard's vassals' area was under attack. And so Philip had said, well, I'm not gonna bother with this. And so Richard basically just grabs his sword and runs out of the room and calls all of his men to him, and they gallop over and ride right into the rioters and put everything down, with Richard right at the front. And so one of the things that I think is really defining about Richard is that he is, which I was listening to the Dan Davis video on him, he really is a man of action. And I think that that's one of the things that, some people love it, some people hate it. I think it's fantastic, but some people don't like that. But he's decisive, and whether he makes the right decision or not, he comes to a quick decision, and then he just follows through with the full force of his being. And that's pretty much a hallmark of the way that he operates throughout his life. So they leave, after they leave Messina, he ends up actually taking the whole city of Messina in that action. And organizing that, they move on to Cyprus. But ahead of him, there was a lot of storms in the Mediterranean, and his sister and wife's ship got shipwrecked just off of the shore on Cyprus. And some of his men had landed, and the sort of defunct emperor of Cyprus had taken some captives and was trying to lure the ladies to come out of the ship and whatnot. And so Richard arrives and just says, like, hey man, like, give me my guys back. And why are you talking to these ladies? And the emperor basically says, like, well, whatever lands on my island is mine. And Richard says, well, I guess we'll have to see about that. So he just goes straight to work, attacks this guy, Isaac Komnenos, and through all of their fighting, he ends up taking the whole island of Cyprus over the course of about 6 weeks, which ends up proving to be a valuable base of supplying the rest of the crusade. On his way then to Acre, he comes upon a Turkish treasure ship. Actually, I'm sorry, I meant to get into this a little bit. Well, Richard was on, so I have here also I'll read you a few actual accounts from Ambrose's account. On Cyprus, for example, at one point, Richard and a few of his men were kind of out there, and Isaac had started gathering a lot of his reinforcements, and it was looking like they were going to be completely outnumbered. And so he mounted, and his men mounted and crossed the mountains to see what their people were doing, for they knew nothing beyond the shooting of bows. They continued to circle around, baying at us, and our people stood their ground. Then an armed clerk, Hugh de la Mare was his name, came to the king, advising him thus, "Sir, get away, for they have hordes of people beyond counting." And the king said, "Sir clerk, concern yourself with your writing, and come out of the fighting. Leave chivalry to us, by God and St. Mary." And then he and others said this to the king on account of the great numbers of people. But the noble king would wait no longer. He rushed upon his enemies faster than a bolt of lightning, as alert as a hobby goes after a lark. He struck into the press of hostile Greeks, so that they became perforce in disarray, and he so disordered them that they could not remain together until his people came. When they arrived, they grew in numbers and came upon them. They killed and took so many that no one could count the dead, not counting those who fled shamefully. For those who had horses fled across the mountains and valleys, and the foot soldiers and lesser people were all dead or taken. The battle was hard fought and fierce. You would have seen so many horses lying there, hauberks, swords, lances, and pennoncelles. Horses with their burdens stumbled. Anyway, so Richard just killed a bunch of people and took a bunch of hostages. Then, what's that?
I like that translation too.
Yeah, it's a very spirited read, actually, surprisingly. So anyway, then on his way in between Cyprus and he's going to the siege of Acre, they come across the giant boat that is flying the French flag, but Richard is suspicious, so they get closer. Actually, I believe one of his bishops or somebody alerts him, and so they get up closer and they find that it's actually a ship that is trying to run the blockade and deliver supplies. So they start trying to ram the ship, and so where's this account of Richard here? The king told them they should ram the boat till it sank. They launched themselves forward, colliding with it, so it gave way in several places. Because of these holes, the vessel foundered. And there you would have seen great blows flying, as the king struck fierce blows, killing and bringing death, and I believe taking 35, whom he kept alive, emirs and engineers, who were knowledgeable about many machines. The others, Turks, Persians, and renegades, were drowned. Anyway, so he takes this ship, personally captures some of the people. He arrives at Acre, and he is certainly helpful, although my historian friend, John Hostler, has told me that he thinks he's more of an expert than I am, but he thinks that Philip maybe was more decisive than Richard in ending the siege. But in any case, Richard is famous for having himself, him and Philip are both very sick. So Philip is sort of recovering away from the fighting, and Richard famously has himself carried in a litter to the front line where he's behind a barricade shooting at people with a crossbow. And
sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
Do you know what they're sick with? What are all these guys going to... Is it malaria?
So these ones, I believe the sickness is not actually known what exactly they had.
A lot of the time it seems like...
Because if I recall correctly, this sickness that Philip and Richard had was causing their hair to fall out and their nails to fall off. So it was some kind of unknown sickness. And... Anyway, so yeah, Richard is carried there, and I guess a previous day there was a famous knight, Aubrey of Clement, who had said that he would either die that day or enter Acre, and he did not lie, but he became a martyr there. He went to fight on the walls, and they killed him and took his stuff. So Richard, laying down in his on his litter, shooting the crossbow, as they're all fighting, it says, you would have seen the Turks storming in when they saw the stones were being removed, coming out of cover in order to attack those. One Turk had arrayed himself richly in the arms of Aubrey Clement, and that day he took a great risk. King Richard struck him with a bolt square on the chest, which killed him instantly. So King Richard personally avenges Aubrey Clement. Then they leave Acre, and they're going down the coast, and then there's the Great Battle of Arsuf, which I'm sure a lot of people are familiar with. That is the first open battle between Richard and Saladin, and where Richard has his army along the coast, and he basically has them all wait as long as possible until they can all charge together. And unfortunately, the master of the Hospitallers and another guy, Baldwin of Carew, I believe is his name. They charge a little too early, which spurs the army to charge, but Richard is noted in the fighting there, leaving bodies everywhere he goes. But not only in the battles was Richard fighting, but also on various raids and foraging trips. So here's an account on a foraging trip where all these guys sort of, they get involved with too many of the Saracens. They get surrounded, and it says there's a good 4,000 of the enemy divided into two groups. And so there's like the Earl of Leicester is there. And the struggle was in full force when the warrior King Richard arrived and saw our people in the middle of the hostile pagans. He had a few men with him, but his company was in fine order. Then some of them began to say to him, "In faith, sir, it could do much harm for you to go on, nor will you be able to rescue our men. It is better that they should suffer alone without you than that you should suffer there. For this reason, it is good that you should turn back, for if harm comes to you, Christianity will be killed." The king's color changed. Then he said, "When I sent them here and asked them to go, if they die there without me, then would I never again bear the title of king." He kicked the flanks of his horse and galloped him free rein and went off faster than a sparrowhawk. Then he galloped in among the knights, right into the Saracen people, breaking through them with such impetus that if a thunderbolt had fallen, there would have been no greater destruction of their people. He pierced the ranks and pursued them. He turned and trapped them, hewing off hands and arms and heads. They fled like beasts. Many of them were exhausted, many killed or taken. He chased them so far, following and pursuing them until it was time to return. This is how the day went. Anyway, there's several different raids like that. Then they eventually go to siege this city of Durham, which they're all talking and saying like, "Hey, let's go, let's all sort of meet up and siege it." But Richard is like, "Well, actually, maybe I should just go handle this myself." So he gets there and kind of very similar to the case of Telborg, ends up taking the place in 4 days before any of the French contingent or anybody else can arrive. And then we will go to Richard's masterclass, which is the Battle of Jaffa. Let me pull this up. So the Battle of Jaffa, he doesn't really have hardly any of the crusading army with him. And his army has, Ambrose says that his army actually, when they first arrive, he makes mention that they have only 15 horses in the entire Crusader camp. So they have 2,000 Pisan and Genoese crossbowmen, and then he's got about like 500 to 700 infantry and about 50 knights, but obviously only 15 horses between the 50 knights. So, and what's crazy about the battle is that during his time on crusade, and the reason why he doesn't have the army is because he had been receiving all of this word from home that things were deteriorating back home. He was going to be disinherited. And so he needed to get back home. So he actually went back up the coast, and he was at Acre. Basically, he had already sent the army ahead of him and was preparing to depart himself when Saladin had already started sieging Jaffa and taking it. And so messengers came and told him, "Hey, if you don't hurry up and go down the coast, they're going to retake Jaffa right now." And he's already been there for over 2 years. He's got to go home, whatever. But when the messenger comes, it's reported that he just says, "All right, I will certainly go." He says, that's all he says. "I will certainly go." And so he sails down the coast and sends his nephew, Henry of Champagne, inland with some forces to meet up with him down at Jaffa. So Richard's fleet moves down the coast, and they get there, and it looks like you can see Saladin's banner on the wall. And so it looks like the city has been taken, but then there's a monk on the coast who's chanting, who comes into the water, and they pull him up on the ship. He swims out, and they pull up, and the priest says to him, "Good king, those who await you are lost, if you and God do not have mercy." "What?" says the king. "Do some still live, my friend?" "Where are they?" "Yes, my lord, lined up before the tower, they await their death." As soon as the king heard how it was, he tarried no longer. Then he said, "God brought us here to endure and suffer death. And since we must die, may he be shamed who does not come." Then he had his galleys advanced, and with his legs unprotected, so kind of not dissimilar to Harold not having all of his armor, he had no leg armor, he jumped into the sea, waist deep, fortunately for him, and came by force to dry land, first or second, as was his custom. Geoffrey Dubois and the other noble Peter of Preaux, a companion of the king, leapt in after him. They reached the Turks, who filled the strand, and the king himself attacked them with his crossbow, and his valiant, bold, and ever-ready men followed him along the shore. The Turks fled before the king, not daring to draw near to him. He took his sword in his hand and rushed upon them, harrying them, so they had no opportunity to defend themselves. They did not dare await him and his experienced company, who hit the Turks like madmen, who struck them and pressed them until they freed the strands of Turks, forcing them all back, and after this took barrels and beams and wide planks, old galleys and old barges, and made a barrier across the strand between them and the Saracens. And so then he basically, he goes up into the city from there. He basically leads the men. He's first in. They go up through like a secret entrance into the Knights Templar room into the city, and then him and his knights go through the streets and push the Saracens out of the city. And then he camps the army outside of the walls. So this was on Sunday, and so he's got round the clock. They're trying to repair the city, but by Wednesday, Saladin realizes he needs to attack. And so he starts the attack on Wednesday morning. And so Richard just basically has to get everybody up, get battle lines drawn. And he basically arrays his army out in front of Jaffa with the crossbowers and the infantry in between them with their spears out to stop the charges as the crossbowers are shooting the mounted archers that are coming at them. So Richard is basically just rallying everybody and kind of keeping things organized to keep everything started. But at various times throughout the fighting, some of his lieutenants would get overwhelmed and taken prisoner. So it says that the whole company trembled back. Then the king looked round and saw to his right the noble Earl of Leicester fall, his horse struck from under him. He fought well until the king came to his rescue. There you would have seen so many Turks rush toward the lion banner. There was Ralph of Malion, taken prisoner by the Turks. The king spurred on his valuable horse until he had delivered him from their hands. The powerful king was in the press against the Turks and the Persians. Never did one man, weak or strong, make in one day such efforts. He threw himself against the Turks, splitting them to the teeth. He fought so often, he struck so many blows. He did himself such injury in striking that the skin of his hands cracked. So he's fighting so hard, his own hands are bleeding. And then the army starts getting demoralized. Some people are going back to the ships, and some of the Saracens have actually gone around and gotten into the city. So Richard takes with him 2 knights, and they go into the city and clear it of the Saracens. Then he goes to the boats and says, all right, 5 people to a boat, everybody else get back over there, brings those people back. The battle is still going on, and he realizes that Saladin's forces are kind of running out of steam. And then with his remaining, the estimates are apparently anywhere from 9 to 17. And this is confirmed by the Muslim sources. That's the other thing that's also crazy about this, is that it's not just one document, but all of this is confirmed. Most of it, I should say, is confirmed. Obviously, the Muslim sources probably didn't write about his own hands bleeding. But they do confirm this cavalry charge where Saladin's army is probably about 8,000 or 9,000 left at that point. Richard makes a cavalry charge with about a dozen knights and plunges into Saladin's army. So it says, Ambrose says this was a charge it was like never seen before. He charged into the accursed people so that he was swallowed up by them, and none of his men could see him. So they nearly followed him, breaking their ranks, and we would have lost all. But the king was not troubled. He struck before and behind, creating such a pathway through the Turks with the sword he was holding, that wherever it had struck, there lay either a horse or a corpse, for he cut all down. There, I believe, he struck a blow against the arm and head of an emir in steel armor, whom he sent straight to hell. With such a blow, seen by the Turks, he created such a space around him that, thanks be to God, he returned without harm. However, his body, his horse, and his trappings were so covered with arrows, which that dark race had shot at him, that he seemed like a hedgehog. In this way did he return from the battle. And also, so he charges in with a dozen knights. He chops all these people up. This giant champion comes up. He chops him from his collarbone down. And then after basically nobody will fight him anymore, according to the Muslim sources, he rides up and down the length of the army, yelling for somebody to fight him. And nobody will fight him. And so that's the end of the battle. It sort of it ends with the complete demoralization of Saladin's army as 8,000 men are standing there, and Richard just rides in front of the lines, yelling for somebody to fight him, and they all just sort of melt away into the hills. Anyway, so Richard then returns to France, and then he spends basically 5 years building up his positions, going about his usual siegecraft, taking castles. He tries several times to fight Philip Augustus because they both have armies in the field, but even Philip will not fight him. Several times he gets close. He ambushes Philip and sort of like, is able to get his rear guard, takes a baggage train. But Philip will never give him the open battle that he is trying to desperately get to sort of come to a decisive conclusion with all the fighting and arguments with Philip. And then obviously he dies and Philip has his way with King John. But anyway, the man, the myth, the legend, Richard the Lionheart, I think it's hard to argue. Well, I think it's hard to argue. I guess you guys are welcome to, but I'm giving him the Charlemagne treatment here of S+. So I'll let you guys do as you will.
I mean, we're not talking about a tier list of rulers and ability to rule. We're talking about tier list of warriors, martial prowess, and just sheer might and will. And I think from that perspective, when people think of like warrior kings, essentially the number one that people always think of is Richard the Lionheart. I think it's the same way, like you said, like it would be a crime to put Charlemagne anywhere below the top of the list when it comes to a ruler tier list. It's, I think, a crime to put Richard anywhere below the top of the list when it comes to being a warrior. There's just so many first-hand accounts of Richard just absolutely dusting people, and it's especially the whole thing with Jaffa and cutting people in half and taunting an entire army on his own, and they just fold like lawn chairs and they just don't want to fight him. But do you know how tall Richard the Lionheart was?
6'5".
Yeah, I mean, like, giant 6'5" burly man just sliced one of my.
We need a tier list for height for these people.
giant 6'5" dude with
more straightforward.
Just
more straightforward.
Just cut. Wasn't the guy he cut from like from collarbone to waist? Wasn't he like one of the Muslim like champions?
Yeah, he
or
was.
Something?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he just
That's
gets
like some
absolutely
300 stuff.
he just gets annihilated, and it's like, do you know how demoralizing that has to be? It's like, oh,
Yeah.
our champion will fight Richard, we'll be fine. Gets absolutely sliced and it gets bisected essentially, and you're just like, okay, what? Like, we can't fight this guy. Yeah, I think Richard deserves top of the list.
I wonder if he had not been a king, surely he would have still gotten famous for just deeds
For
of
just
strength
being that
and
guy.
prowess.
Yeah.
For just being that guy, he would have been another William Marshal or something. Like, he's a warrior king, but he is.
If he had
just a
more
warrior.
time, if he didn't have to worry about the troubles of ruling, if he just got to do war and tournaments and duels and all that stuff for his whole life, unbelievable.
Yeah. Although I was going to say, I mean, being a king, of course, as we discussed, it affords him with the best equipment, with the best training, all of that. It also allows him to cultivate the art and science of siegecraft, which I think is a very interesting aspect about him, the fact that he was so well versed in that, right? And so, yeah, from the perspective of generalmanship, from the perspective of sheer prowess, physicality, I think I could entertain him being on the top of the list, especially after that tour de force, your tour de force, Mike. That was great. And so, yeah, is that what it's looking like? Top of S?
I think so.
And,
and
I think it's also, like we said at the beginning, I think it's fair to mention also, one of the reasons I think why Richard ends up here, and deservedly, is just from the sheer number of sources.
Dude,
Right.
we'll get to it fairly soon, but do you know how badly I wish that Henry had a fraction of the sources and eyewitness accounts of military service that Richard has? Oh my god.
It's kind of crazy to imagine that he doesn't 200 years later.
It's very strange that like there's only like a smidge, but Richard is often depicted in battle wielding a battle axe. Was that his preference, or was that just like artistic liberties to kind of like set him apart from other people?
I've been trying to look into that a little bit more. I haven't gotten through Gillingham's book, so I'm not sure. There are mentions of an axe, but it's not, like in this one, in some of these that I just read, he's got a sword. So I think you can go either way with it.
I see a lot of the fancy, a lot of the artistic depictions, like of Jaffa or just small drawings of Richard is. I feel like I almost always see him wielding a battle axe.
Yeah, most of them are.
It's an interesting choice for a king, right?
Mm-hmm.
Quite peculiar.
Because when you think of like a king, and you think of like medieval weaponry, the sword is the most noble weapon. When you might look at an axe as maybe a little more barbaric compared to a sword, but I mean, if he really did use one, then being 6'5" and an absolute behemoth of a man with the strength that he had, then I guess an axe is not a bad choice. Foe. Yeah.
All right, goated Jan Žižka.
Enjoy the golden throne, Richard.
Well deserved. Yeah, I mean, talk about I wish we had more sources. That is so true for Jan Žižka, who lives from 1360 to 1424. We don't even know if he was born in 1360. This is a man who is the greatest man, certainly potentially, but certainly the greatest blind man of action in Czech history. And his only rival, he does have a near contemporary rival in John of Bohemia, who's the father of Charles IV, who died at the faraway Battle of Crécy, as we discussed in a previous stream. So he does have that rival, but I think he manages to top his feats, as we are going to discuss. So Žižka is an impoverished noble turned brigand turned holy warrior, and it's because he's coming from the Czech gentry. He's not the top of the hierarchy in Bohemia. That even his the year that he was born is a little bit shrouded in history, as is much of his upbringing and early life. But what we know for a fact is that from 1419 to 1424, which is the year of his death, while going blind in both eyes and in his 60s, not quite 70, but probably in his 60s, he led an army of everyday Czechs, of barbers, bakers, millers, and tailors against the creme de la creme of German chivalry, against hundreds of thousands of German crusaders. So it begs the question, how is this possible? But before we get to that, we're gonna start with what we know about his life. There's many blanks to fill, and a little bit that is because he may have been a bit of a troublemaker. He may have been a brigand. He may have resorted to that kind of life, if not as a brigand, then as a mercenary, because of his financial woes. He basically sells all the property that he has and disappears from the public record for 20 years. And this is the interpretation that Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 goes with. So obviously he is a very prominent character in that game. And they seem to go with the interpretation of like a bandit with a heart of gold. This is a popular sort of interpretation of Žižka. It's what Warhorse Studios goes with, and I don't know. I haven't finished the game, but that seems to be my read on him there. Before the Hussite Wars, he does see some action. He participates in the Battle of Grunwald, also an amazing battle that we covered, a massive cavalry battle that we covered previously, which I'm sure was invaluable experience for Žižka, considering he would go up against some of the best armed best trained cavalry in Europe in Sigismund's forces, both from Germany, from Hungary. And he fights with the Poles and Lithuanians. It's not exactly the best showing for the Bohemians under Žižka. They actually rout prematurely, and then they're scolded by the Poles and Lithuanians, and they kind of have to be lured back to the battle against the Teutons. But he wasn't exactly, his heart wasn't exactly in it. He was a mercenary. He had actually done a stint of service for the Teutons before and possibly after. And so it was not a cause that his heart was in, which is important for Žižka, as we will see. Afterwards, he becomes Chamberlain to Queen Sophia of Bohemia, who is the wife of King Wenceslaus. So this is a bit of a stunning rise. It shows that he was able to launder his reputation and get reintegrated into Czech society. But again, this is a little bit of a blank that we just have to fill. He accompanies Queen Sophia of Bohemia to Bethlehem Chapel, which is a wonderful chapel you can visit in Prague. And on it, there's these frescoes of scenes from the Hussite Wars. There's Žižka leading his men to battle. And it's at this very chapel that he genuinely becomes a convert of Jan Hus, because Jan Hus is taking the city and the country by storm, giving his very fiery sermons in this chapel about basically the Catholic Church's corruption. And at the center of the Hussite cause is something that we might not get the importance of today. It was very significant at that time. It was the chalice controversy. It was when you're taking communion, you want to eat of the body of Christ, but also drink of his blood and drink the sacred goblet of wine. And the clergy over time restricted this so that only clergymen, basically the pure of heart and soul, the chalice was limited to them, and the unwashed masses basically could not drink of the chalice. And this was really at the heart of this cause, but in this cause was also wrapped up these inchoate ideas of nationalism, of corruption. The church was a huge landholding class in Bohemia. The priests were up to all sorts of naughty things. There's reports of them running, the Czech priests in particular, some of them were just getting drunk, drinking like fish, running dens of ill repute. We all know what that is in their parishes. So, all of this conspired to make Jan Hus a celebrity. But of course, in 1415, he gets lured to the Council of Constance and he gets burnt at the stake. And this takes Bohemia by storm. Žižka is a genuine believer in this cause, and with the outbreak of war in 1419, he is going to fight his heart out, but in in the shrewdest possible way. He is a guerrilla fighter. He's the finest guerrilla fighter of his generation. He is fighting an asymmetric war. The other side has every advantage possible, and so he is going to make do and innovate in order to win. A little bit more about just this cause. He takes part in the foundation of Tabor, which is named after Mount Tabor in Jerusalem. Very interesting kind of proto-communist experiment. They abolish private property, debt, and all of that, and then they realize, oh, we have a war to win. So all that stuff comes back. And Žižka himself is a bit of a Žižka's a moderating force. He's like, I don't know about all this stuff. And so, then basically, even before that, in 1419, even before the foundation of Tabor, this is actually the first outbreak of battle. It's between Czechs. So this is before the crusade actually begins. This is before the Germans flood into the country. And this is also the debut of the wagon fort. So 1419, a year before the foundation of Tabor, this is the debut of what is going to win the Hussite Wars. And it starts with a very humble 7 reconverted farm carts. Eventually this becomes the wagon fort. But it's, almost in the same way that these massive tech startups of today. They start with very, very humble beginnings. This kind of technical innovation of the Hussites to the field of war, their answer to the battle tank of that era, the Mounted Knight, it begins with just the 7 reconverted farm carts and 400 people among whom are women and children. And they have to go up against 2,000 cavalry, infantrymen that belong to the Czech nobility. And they win. So it's 1 against 5, but they're able to win. The same thing happens in 1420 at the Battle of Sudomierz. Žižka faces the same odds, but his foes are possibly even better equipped. They're called the Železní páni, which means the Iron Lord. So they're an even more fearsome foe, largely cavalry force. But Žižka has one advantage, or maybe 2. He has the wagon ford, which worked at Nekmíř the previous year, and he was also born 44 miles from the site. So he knew the marshy terrain very well. He knew exactly how to position his men and his wagon forts. And so through a combination of crossbows, firearms, flails, polearms, they're able to not quite defeat this force, but they're able to make it out amid the smoke and the fog and the dark. The battle goes on the full day, and they're able to escape. And the Železní páni, the Iron Lords, just could not believe it. And they say, after that, the myth is born that the Hussites have iron hides, that they have skin made of iron. So they just cannot believe the fact that they're able to get away. That same year is when things actually get serious, because this is the start of the First Crusade. So Pope Martin V declares this crusade. It's exactly what Sigismund wants. And he's able to rally a nation or a coalition of 33 nations, HRE nations. So a lot of these are quite small, but nevertheless, Sigismund has the forces of Germany for all intents and purposes as king of Germany, future Holy Roman Emperor, as king of Hungary. He has enormous forces and resources at his disposal, and 80,000 crusaders make it to Prague and besiege it. And this is when Žižka takes his Taborites. So again, this is the radical wing of the Hussite movement, the proto-communists, but they had dropped all that stuff. And then also the Praguers, who are, they're the more moderate side of the Hussite movement, and they go on to take over the movement. But this is the first time that the Praguers and Taborites, which had been at odds, shake hands and say, we have to unite against this massive coalition. And so they do, and Prague is pretty well defended, has some strategically placed forts. It has this coalition now of Praguers and Taborites, and so Žižka is able to defeat the Crusaders at Vítkov Hill. Today you can go and visit. The 3rd largest bronze equestrian statue in the world is located there. It is, of course, of Žižka. And then there's another battle for Vyšehrad, another fort, and the Hussites win again, and they're able to drive the Crusaders east. They're able to send them packing east toward Moravia, and this includes King Sigismund. He is himself in retreat. 1421, the following year, is when the Second Crusade begins. It's another narrow, near miraculous escape, similar to Nekmíř, but this time, what happens is Kutná Hora is basically the 2nd most important city in Bohemia after Prague. It's because of all the silver mines. It's incredibly wealthy. The garrison is Hussite, or so everybody thinks, but they're actually scheming with Sigismund. They betray Jan Žižka, who had come to the relief of the city, and so everybody thinks Žižka is toast. At this point, he's completely blind. He had gone blind in both eyes. Previously, I didn't mention, he was one-eyed for much of his life. We think that maybe he lost it in childhood, but we're really not quite sure. And so at this point, he had gone blind in his one good eye. And despite that, in the dead of night, he's able to take command of the situation and escape with a moving wagon fort. So this was another innovation. This is the first moment, apparently, in the history of warfare where firearms are used for offensive warfare. You could think like a very primitive idea of a tank. They bust their way out with this wagon fort. It stays intact, and they're able to use these primitive firearms to create, more so it's the confusion rather than the actual damage that they're inflicting that gets them to escape successfully. And so I love this quote from Thomas A. Fudge, who is really the historian I'm drawing much of this information from. He's written extensively about Hus, Žižka, the Hussite Wars, and he said, the royalists, meaning the side of Sigismund, failed to reckon with one essential fact. For a blind man, there was no need to wait for the light of day to fight. So they're able to make use of the cover of darkness and this, this offensive firearm strategy to escape. In the wake of that, in 1422, they are now on the offensive. They triumph at the battles of Nebovidi and Německý Brod, and in the wake of that second battle, Sigismund himself almost loses his life. He has to ride nonstop through the night to get away, and there is a cessation of hostilities after that. In 1424, this is now the third crusade, the third of 5, but it is the last year of Žižka's life. So the last 2 crusades, they would be won by the Hussites, and it is because of the example that Žižka had set. Basically, all the same strategies and tactics are employed, but Žižka would no longer be there. But we're still in 1424. While he's moving along the Labe River, that's a tributary of the Elbe, he is besieged. This time, it's the same old story. Everybody thinks that he is going to be defeated. The only person who really believes in him, ironically, is Sigismund, who everybody's asking him, or everybody's trying to get the future emperor excited, saying, Žižka, we finally got him, and he keeps repeating he will escape. So he is convinced that Žižka is going to find a way, and sure enough, he does on June 5th. Instead of blasting his way out as he had done so many times, what he does is he finds a way to ford the river in the dead of night. And this has left contemporaries, historians baffled. There's still no explanation for how he was able to do this. But somehow he fords this river, and then his last battle is another outbreak of infighting among the Hussites. And he ingeniously fills, they're familiar with his tactics, right? But he innovates. He fills his wagons with rocks. He sends them hurtling down the slopes. He, of course, managed to maneuver himself into the high ground before this, and exploited the chaos to charge at precisely the right moment. Despite being blind, he always just had fantastic timing, and the Praguers get defeated. He dies not too far from Malešov in Žižkové pole, which is Žižka's meadow, either to plague or a diseased carbuncle, which is just a skin infection. And to the end, he referred to himself in a humble sort of way as a true believer in the cause as Žižka of the Chalice. So he could have been, he had the political clout to be the Czech Caesar, to take over the country. There were many who were urging him in that direction, but yeah, he was old, and also his character made it so that he never even considered any of these sorts of intrigues. Throughout all this time, he was never defeated. He was not defeated a single time, and so it was said after his death that death defeated the undefeated. His dying wish was characteristically epic. He said he wanted his skin to be turned into a war drum so that he could keep marching with his men in death and, take part as they sing their Hussite battle hymns. And so he was a real father to his men, who, after his death, started calling themselves siroci, meaning orphans. So he was a father to his men. He was inferentially very tough. I would infer he was very, very tough. The fact that he's doing all of this is the pinnacle of his military career, which previously had not been incredibly distinguished, right? But during his 60s, he's innovating and leading his men to victory. Presumably, he's very tough. I wish there were more accounts I could draw upon, firsthand accounts of what he was doing during these battles. But just because of the innovation that he displayed, the gentlemanship that he displayed, I'm a big fan of Žižka, and I would put him top of A, if not S.
You tell me where.
I would say I would say A. What's missing is just he's in his 60s. I imagine he's not doing a lot of fighting, so I don't want to undercut the whole methodology about physical prowess and physicality. Obviously he's not going to be he's going blind and he's in his 60s. So he's not going to be chopping people up. So I would say because of that undercuts his ranking, and he has to go an A, regrettably.
What do you think, Scholar?
I think that's fair. Legendary story, though.
Yeah, incredible guy. Did you, when you were over there, did you see like a replica of the war wagons?
A few, yeah.
How big
the
are
best
they?
were in. They range in size. Surprisingly small though. So in the documentary I put together, the best replicas were in Tabor. So this, this den of proto-communism, this like crazy radical wing of the Hussites that he had led, that were always like fiercely loyal to him, even as he was kind of a moderating influence. They have a great museum, great museum. It's a very, when people go to the Czech Republic, they only go to Prague, but there's other beautiful cities to visit. And Tabor is one of them, and they have the best Hussite museum anywhere. It's really got some amazing sort of video resources, recreations, like well-edited mini documentaries throughout the museum. They completely redid it. And then also these replicas of the wagons, of the weapons that they had, in some cases the real deal. So highly recommend, if anybody has a chance to go to the Czech Republic, is a big history fan, wants to learn about the Hussite Wars, instead of just going to Prague, I would recommend a trip to Tabor.
So what's like a size range then? Like, are small ones like the size of a minivan or like a truck, or?
I would say like half that size, half the size of a truck. Yeah. But it would vary. I mean, it was, especially in the beginning, right? They were just using what they got. This was a bunch of farmers. And so, they had these pole arms or pole arm like weapons, like sickles, and they had crossbows lying around, and they were using reconverted farm carts. Eventually, from what I saw, these are quite small, surprisingly small, these wagons. But eventually, in these later battles that we're discussing, there's hundreds of them. There's hundreds of these wagons. And later on, there's unsuccessful attempts from there is a real art and science to the strategy. The Crusaders try to use the wagon strategy, right? Because why not? They see how successful it is. They're going to give it a shot, even though they have all the knights on their side, and it doesn't work. Like this is why I kind of harped for a little bit about his preternatural ability to time the charges well. This was an important element. You have to know when to charge out of the wagon fort, when to kind of disassemble it and keep moving. He had that instinct, which makes a great commander. That ability to improvise, like, okay, this time we're going to blast our way out. This time, we're going to basically offensively blast our way out. This time we're just going to need to outlast them and then ditch the wagon fort. This time we're going to ford the river, ditch everything. He was just an amazing guerrilla fighter.
Yeah, really incredible. Do you have anything to add, Scholar?
No, not really. I'm unfortunately not very well versed in Zizka's story, so.
All right.
David,
I really wish there was more out there. I mean, there's
Yeah.
not that much. And I wish, actually, one thing that, like, from the primary accounts to the nitty gritty, there's still some blanks in my mind about, what everything went into assembling this wagon fort. Because, again, there were these attempts to replicate the strategy, even by the Hussites who picked up the struggle after Žižka died. And at first, they weren't incredibly successful. But then eventually they got it down. And Thomas A. Fudge, as great as his body of work is, it is more politically oriented. And it does give good amount of detail about Žižka and the campaigns and whatnot. But I would love to see a new sort of military history of the Hussite Wars written.
I think Kings and Generals has a really good video on that.
They do have a pretty good video on it, yeah. Yeah, that actually is a pretty good one.
You know who else has a really good video on that? Is Empire Builders. So if you want to check out a good video on that, you can go to the Empire Builders YouTube channel and check out his Hussite documentary.
Thank you for that shout out. Yeah. It's so that covers the story from Hus all the way to the end of the Hussite War. So Žižka is of course a very important fixture of that story, but we're going to, in that video I go into a lot of depth about this whole movement and then the aftermath and kind of fit it into the broader significance. Like, what did this mean for Europe? Because it was very, very important in shaping Protestantism. Martin Luther took huge inspiration from Hus. Basically, the chronology of Protestants and proto-Protestants is there was John Wycliffe in England, who had a huge influence on Hus, who then had a huge influence on Martin Luther. And so Jan Hus, his last name means goose in Czech. Husa means goose. And so there was this famous prophecy that the goose was burned, but then supposedly Jan Hus's last words were, now you may burn a goose, but in 100 years will come a swan that you cannot burn. And the swan was the sigil of Martin Luther's house, his family. And so he ended up being, the swan that brought down, not quite brought down the Catholic Church, but certainly gave it a run for its money and opened the door to Protestantism.
That's also interesting because I feel like you hear a lot about Wycliffe and Luther, but not much about Hus.
Exactly, yeah. Wycliffe, partly because Wycliffe is in England, and so it's very memorable that he's saying, let's read the Bible in English, right? So in a largely English-speaking world, we will remember somebody who says that, and to do it so early. He should definitely get his flowers for being such a huge influence on Hus in the first place. The only difference is that you have this amazing military history story on top of the Hussite, on top of this Hussite chapter. Like, what they're innovating theologically, but they're also innovating militarily, right? So that's why I love the story.
Yeah, really incredible. All right, the moment we've all been waiting for, Henry V.
Speaking of, once again, someone who I wish there were more contemporary accounts and sources of his military escapades, aside from his campaigns in France. But anyways, so Henry V, son of Henry Bolingbroke, King Henry IV, and his mother Mary de Bohun. He's born in 1386. His father's cousin is King Richard II, and Henry's paternal grandfather is John of Gaunt, Duke of Lancaster. So obviously through his paternal grandfather's side, he's already got some crazy warrior blood flowing through him with John of Gaunt. John of Gaunt dies in 1399. And Richard II is overthrown by Lancastrian usurpation. Henry IV becomes King of England, and he makes Henry V Prince of Wales, Duke of Lancaster. He also makes him Duke of Cornwall, Earl of Chester, and the Duke of Aquitaine. From 1400 to 1404, Henry is carrying out the duties of High Sheriff of Cornwall, and he leads a part of the English forces against Owen Glendour in Wales. And he fights alongside his father when the Percys rebel. And he fights alongside his father in the vanguard at the age of 16, when he's only a prince, at the Battle of Shrewsbury in 1403. Shrewsbury is a pretty big deal. The Percys are upset at Henry IV. They were previous devout supporters of him. They were by his side in his war against Richard II, and they also devoutly served against the rebellious Welsh. And after the war ends, the lands that were promised by Henry IV that were supposed to be given to the Percys were instead given to a rival of theirs. So they're mad, they revolt, and this culminates at the Battle of Shrewsbury. Both forces had about 14,000 people, and this is when both sides, obviously bolstered by the famed English longbow, clash against each other. Henry is in the vanguard alongside his father. 2 hours before dusk, the battle begins, and Thomas Walsingham, an English chronicler, once the arrows start flying, he writes, "The king's men fell like leaves in autumn, and every one arrow struck a mortal man." Henry, Prince of Wales, is wounded during the battle. He is, at some point, he lifts his visor to either get better airflow. Perhaps, the adrenaline is making him breathe too much and it's making him dizzy or whatever. Or perhaps he needs a better view of the battlefield. He raises his visor, and unlucky timing, as he raises his visor, boom, he gets hit right in the face by an arrow under his eye, in his cheekbone, right near his nose. It lodges itself, I think, 6 inches deep into his skull. Just an absolute devastating wound. But despite this, he keeps fighting for about 2 more hours with an arrow in his face, and Henry Percy is killed, and the royal forces are successful and victorious at the Battle of Shrewsbury. Henry is taken and given immediate medical treatment and survives what would considered at the time probably an impossible wound to survive because of the expert medical treatment from John Bradmore, the physician general. From there, a few years later, 1413, King Henry IV dies, and Henry V becomes King of England. He's crowned on April 9th, 1413 at Westminster. The coronation is marked by a severe snowstorm, which, up to the interpretation of people at the time, they thought it was either a good omen or a bad omen. From there, Henry actually has in records, he actually has a detailed physical description, which was interesting to read about. He was about 6'3", and he was slim with dark hair cropped in a ring above the ears, and he was clean shaven with an athletic build. Depending on his mood, it was stated that his eyes flashed from the mildness of a dove to the brilliance of a lion. Henry was almost assassinated with the Southampton plot conspiracy that was led by Richard, Earl of Cambridge, and Henry Scrope, who planned to depose and assassinate Henry and replace him with Edmund Mortimer, the 5th Earl of March. Henry obviously catches word of this and has the Earl of Cambridge and Henry Scrope executed by having their heads cut off in Southampton. From there, Henry makes a claim to the throne of France through the old dynastic claim from Edward III. Hold on one second, I'm drinking water. He uses his dynastic claim with Edward to justify his war with France, and France, of course, basically tells Henry to screw off. They reject his claim, so in 1415, Henry resumed the war against France, because at this point, the 100 Years' War was in a bit of a lull. Obviously, the 100 Years' War had periods where it would take breaks. It had lull periods where the fighting would cease for some time. And at this point, this is when Henry reinstates the war once more. So Henry sails across the Channel, lands in France, and begins with the siege of Harfleur on the 12th of August is when he sailed. He attacks Harfleur, and soon he attacks with about 2,300 men in arms, 9,000 bowmen. The French garrison at Harfleur was defended by 100 men. The French soon received reinforcements from 2 experienced knights, and they brought with them 300 men-at-arms with them to defend Harfleur. But Henry brought 12 great guns to damage the walls, and soon as the walls were taking immense damage from these guns, The town's commanders asked for parley, and they agreed to terms, and Harfleur ends up surrendering. The townspeople swears allegiance to Henry. Those who did swear allegiance were allowed to remain. The knights were released on parole for ransom, and the others were ordered to depart. From there, this leads up to the magnum opus of Henry's military career. Henry had attempted to march his army through the French countryside towards the city of Calais, but was intercepted by the French near the village of Agincourt on October the 25th, because the French were blocking Henry's northern advance by the River Somme. So Henry chose to move south and then try to move towards Calais. The English, at this point in the campaign, they were low on food and supplies. Many men were sick with things like dysentery. They had marched 260 miles over 2.5 weeks. They were tired. The French outnumbered them, and their men-at-arms had superior equipment. They were well fed, well supplied. They were well rested. The French were led by Constable of France Charles d'Albret, who had an army of about 14 to 15,000 men, and King Henry V's forces numbered about 6,000 to 8,000. So, more or less, the English were outnumbered 2-1, adding on to the already horrible conditions that were making their chances of victory and survival increasingly low. The English men-at-arms were wearing plate and mail armor. They stood shoulder to shoulder, 4 men deep, and on the flanks of the army, the English and Welsh archers were ordered by King Henry to carve wooden stakes, one for each man. And the days leading up to the battle are characterized with heavy rains, which turned the plowed fields of Agincourt into a muddy, soggy mess, an absolute quagmire from which the French cavalry disregarded and charged towards the English archers, unable to charge through the stakes and unable to outflank the archers. The attempt was an absolute disaster. Many of the cavalry's horses were cut down by arrows, causing disarray and panic within the French forces. The heavy plate armor of the French knights and men-at-arms allowed them to advance while under fire, and the French monk of Saint Denis described it as, quote, a terrifying hail of arrow shot. It is suggested that many French soldiers died by suffocating in their armor or even drowning in the mud, and the fight lasted for about 3 hours. King Henry himself was fighting hand-to-hand in the vanguard amongst his soldiers at the front, according to English contemporary accounts. Charles d'Albret, by the time the fight is over, Charles d'Albret, the Constable of France, is killed, along with John I, the Duke of Alençon, and 600 English soldiers would die, and about 6,000 French would die, many of which were nobles. It's recounted that about 40% of the French nobility at the time were massacred at Agincourt, which was an absolutely catastrophic defeat for France and a massive tide turner for Henry. From there, it cemented his rule in England and further legitimized his claim to France. You had told me the other day, Mike, you showed me that it is alleged that Henry actually had fragments of the True Cross with him at Agincourt. I did some digging into that, and I thought it was pretty interesting. There are accounts of apparently the baggage train being robbed by French soldiers, which actually leads into why it's part of the reason why Henry had the French prisoners executed. Henry had his baggage train robbed by French soldiers. Things like precious supplies were taken, and he had many of which were knights, nobles, things like that. His prisoners of war, those who you would typically ransom off for sizable amounts of money, he had them put to death out of fear that they would turn on their captors, because the amount of soldiers that they had prisoner outnumbered the actual English force. So if the French were to rout them from behind, the English would likely have been absolutely decimated. They lacked the supplies to care for these people, and a force that was larger than the English army were put to death. And even at the time, French chroniclers do not blame Henry for this uh, quote quote abnormal act of cruelty and lack of chivalry, which I see for some reason some people are still they try to tear down Henry today for, which is strange. Even when you look at the sources that on both sides, they say that Henry was absolutely justified to do what he did, even if it was morally looked down upon.
Henry did nothing wrong, huh?
Real and true. Sometimes you do what you got to do, even if it's bad. Henry went on to conquer Caen and Lower Normandy. He laid siege to Rouen. Henry ends up conquering much of northern France, and he meets with the King of France, Charles VI. In 1420, they signed the Treaty of Troyes, which acknowledged Henry as regent and heir to the throne of France, and he married Charles's daughter, Catherine of Valois. So Henry, upon the death of Charles VI, would have become King of France. Alas, that is not what happened. Henry dies of dysentery on August 31st, 1422, at the age of 35, and reigned as King of England for 9 years. He's succeeded by his son Henry VI, which that's a complete disaster in itself. Unfortunately, I wish Henry had as much contemporary sources and accounts that someone like Richard has, but for what he does have, I think Henry does prove himself to be a very exceptional warrior with plenty of experience and an absolute badass wound to suffer at such a young age and still continue fighting on. I'm going to, despite my intense bias, I'm going to put Henry in A tier.
Above or below Zizka? Do you want to put him above or below Zizka?
I'm going to put him above just because I'm biased.
All right.
We can debate about
what do you think,
but I
Dave?
think...
Actually, I would agree with that, just because this is warriors, not commanders. And I mean, Hal was a great commander too. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
He might win that ranking too. Both are basically immense innovators in the art of war. Anyways, what's indisputable though is that he probably did more chopping, slicing and dicing.
Fighting in the
Zizka.
you fight in the vanguard. He likely
he's fighting
fights
in
in
the
the front vanguard against Glendur and the Welsh. Obviously, there aren't many accounts of that, but since he's leading that part of the English army, it's most likely what he's doing. He does that for 4 years. Then at age 16, he fights at Shrewsbury in the vanguard again, takes an arrow to the face, fights for 2 more hours, somehow survives a wound that would pretty much kill anybody else. Henry Percy takes an arrow to the face in the same battle and dies. Then he goes to France. He fights in one of the most famous medieval battles ever. In the vanguard again, inspires his men. He's leading from the front. He's fighting in hand-to-hand combat, according to contemporary sources.
Rescues his brother.
What?
He rescues his brother, right?
Yeah. Fighting in the vanguard in a battle that, when you look at it on paper, there just really shouldn't be any way that the English win. But obviously, like we talked about when we were ranking battles, French, probably a lot of French ego had a part to play in it. They probably thought, okay, these guys are tired, they're diseased, they're malnourished, they're dehydrated. We outnumber them 2-1. We're superior trained, we're superior armed. Surely we can just charge them with our cavalry and we will wipe them out. And and I imagine, like you said, with him being a smart leader, Henry probably anticipates this to some degree. and that's why they set up the stakes and things like that. But
Yeah,
it shows he has that, like I mentioned with, I mentioned earlier with like Harald, with that like warrior kind of spirit, how like he fights unarmored at Stamford Bridge. Henry fights he takes an arrow to the face, fights for 2 more hours and somewhat disregards the wound, and then fights.
I was just gonna say they both have that warrior spirit, Zizka and Hal. They're both tough as nails, but most assuredly Hal saw more action because the pinnacle of Zizka's career comes in his 60s, which is a virtue in and of itself, but it just means he's not going to be a force on the battlefield, right? In the same way that Hal would. And like you, I wish we had more firsthand accounts. But
it also makes you think, like,
how
much more would he have done if he had lived as long as like Zizka did? You know, because
absolutely.
Henry
we were
only
discussing
dies at
before.
35.
Yeah, we were discussing before the stream, like a topic for another time, but still like an alternate history where he survives. What would that mean for France and England? If there was going to come a time where there'd be a union between those kingdoms, surely it would be under Hal, right?
The only person that could probably do it is Henry.
Yeah, because he was the warrior, hence why he's on this list. But then he was also a statesman.
Mm-hmm. He like when you think of warrior kings, at least for England.
Yeah, he's up there.
You always, at least I would hope so. You always
it's
think
come
of
up, right? Like Dan Jones'
Richard
book,
the
The Greatest,
and Henry V are usually the two people that many people will think of. You also have people like Henry II, Alfred the Great, Edward I, stuff like that. Dude, I saw one person toss out Richard III. I don't know where that came from, but hell yeah, rock on.
Yeah, Dan Jones would agree. Like he's literally, the book has come up in a past stream, the greatest warrior king of England, right? That's Hal for him.
Yeah. Richard is exceptional, but
I think with him you can take issue with that claim. Like Richard is in our ranking at least,
I think they're
right?
interchangeable. I think they are interchangeable as the quote greatest warrior king of England. But I would probably argue Henry, because not only was he a fantastic warrior, but he also did do the king part, which Richard, love him as much as we all do, he was definitely not doing as much as he was fighting. But we love Richard.
You know, sometimes you got to be a wartime king. You know, sometimes the war comes to you.
Sometimes it's just how the cookie crumbles. I'm definitely not blaming Richard.
Sometimes there's a camel in your face. You just got to go crazy.
Yeah. So
we got to do a debate. We could do a debate between you two. I would actually watch that. I'd just be a spectator. Maybe I could be the moderator for that one, where you guys debate who the greatest warrior
Rock
king is.
versus John Cena, Henry V versus Richard the Lionheart.
Oh my God, a battle for the ages.
Who is the ultimate warrior king of England? So I would be conservative and rein in my bias. I would put Henry in A.
Yeah, it's a bit conservative, but I mean I would agree, just because I wish
there's
we had
just
more
a lot
accounts.
of what ifs for Henry. It's like I would say he would undoubtedly be S if he lived more, like if he lived longer. If he had lived long as Zizka, then I think Henry would easily be an uncontestable S tier. But obviously he dies very young, so I'll put him in A tier.
Although if he lives longer,
get old and tired,
we'll move
right?
on shortly. But what I was going to say is, if he lives longer and actually wraps up the war, the 100 Years' War, maybe he's not really doing much fighting after that. Kind of like Alfred.
He has to be more of a king. Exactly, he has to be more of a king. That was going to be my contention with that. Like I was going to say, maybe he should have signed up for more tourneys.
He should have gone on crusade.
He should have done more of that. He should have done that. Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Like
if he lives longer, maybe he goes to Varna, right?
Well, yeah, because like I was talking to David with before the stream had started, during his reign, Henry does meet with Sigismund, and he inducts Sigismund into the Order of the Garter, and Sigismund inducts Henry into the Order of the Dragon. And
There would have been a good chance of that.
yeah,
That would have been crazy.
Henry
Varna.
did tell Sigismund. He said that he would go on crusade with him. But obviously, my goat unfortunately poops himself to death. And
It happens, yeah.
yeah, but it's the Middle Ages. It happens.
Just goes to show
It's not your fault, Hal. You did your best.
Just goes to show how wild life is. You know, you can take an arrow to the face and not die, and then die
Yeah.
of dysentery.
Yeah, it's tragic.
All right. So Henry at top of A. Next up, we have Clovis. And so Clovis, he suffers a little bit from what we've talked about of the lack of specific records, although there are some, which I will get into. And so he became king of the Franks, or at least king of the Salian Franks, I believe. There's multiple other Franks at the time. There's multiple Franks at the beginning of Clovis, and there's not multiple Franks at the end of Clovis. So you can infer how that goes. He starts allegedly with about 500 men, really, is about his entire band of warriors. And originally he teams up with another Frankish king, Chevalier, and his relative, Ragnashar, the king of Chambray. And so the three of them begin at this battle of Soissons against Syagrius. And they kill him, and decisive victory, take his stuff. And however, during the battle, the other Frankish king, Chevalier, had basically sat back and tried to not do any fighting. And so Clovis goes into his territory after the battle and imprisons him and his son. Next up, there are campaigns that he leads against the Thuringians, and he fights them, defeats them. There are further, he makes an alliance with the Ostrogoths, with Theodoric the Great, which is interesting in all of the reading that I was able to do about Clovis. Everybody but Theodoric seems very diminutive towards Clovis. Like, hey man, whoa, we're cool. Like, don't do anything. Whereas Theodoric is the only one who's kind of like, you know, you stay in your lane, I'll stay in my lane. They weren't hostile to each other, it seems, but they certainly, neither of them saw each other as inferior, it seems. Whereas a lot of these other rulers, certainly towards the end, were very wary of Clovis, it seems. He had some fights, some battles with the Alemanni. And in one battle, the Battle of Tolbiac, which is where allegedly Clovis converted. As the battle was going south, he allegedly prayed, and his prayer was answered as the leader of the Alemanni was killed at the end of his prayer, and they began to rout, which then only confirmed his own conversion and his promise at the beginning of the battle that should things go badly, that he would, because his wife was Christian. Which is interesting because allegedly he had started taking some Christian territories, and he realized that he needed a Christian wife to kind of administer things properly. And so he ended up with a Christian wife who then pressured him to convert, which is how he ended up converting on the battlefield. Anyway, there are several other campaigns that he goes on, which he expands the Frankish lands. What looks like, I couldn't find any statistics on this, but from looking at the map, it looks like about a 5 times expansion. So a 500% expansion of Frankish lands. It's basically all the territories in southwest and northwest France, with the exception of Brittany, and much of the sort of northeast portion of France as well, or what we would think of as France. Really, all he sort of missed in that area was the Burgundians.
Exactly.
In sort of the southeast. What was that?
And it's only a part of them. Like, they had a pretty big realm, but it's just the part that's like west of the River Saône. And already by this time, you might be talking about this, he has some excursions there. But it's his sons who then take it.
Yep. And so now I will read, there's a couple I'm going to read from Gregory of Tours, and a couple quick little anecdotes about Clovis here. So he had this debate about possessions of the church. These people wanted him to return some possessions of the church. And so one of his guys apparently had some disagreement about, how the possessions of the church are supposed to be. He basically went up in front of everybody and said, like, hey, what do you guys think? Should I keep all of these things that we got from the church? And one guy said, actually, I think you should just stick to your fair share, which apparently astounded everybody, which we are about to discover why. So at the end of that year, he ordered the entire army to assemble on the parade ground so that he could examine the state of their equipment. The king went round inspecting them all and finally came to the man who had made the comment previously. No other man has equipment in such a bad state as yours, he said. Your javelin is in a shocking condition, and so are your sword and your axe. He seized the man's axe and threw it upon the ground. As the soldier bent forward to pick up his weapon, King Clovis raised his own battle axe in the air and split his skull with it. This is what you did to me in Soissons, he shouted, and the man fell dead. And then Clovis ordered everybody to just get out of there, and everybody was pretty concerned with what had just happened. There's another time where are we at here? Where he ordered everybody on campaign to not take anything from anybody, basically. Only take food and water. Don't rob any poor people. Don't take anything. And there was one guy who found some hay that was belonging to a poor man that he shouldn't have taken. And he made some sort of excuse as to why he should take it. And this was reported to Clovis. He drew his sword and killed the soldier on the spot, saying, "It is no good expecting to win this fight if we offend St. Martin," said he. And this was enough to ensure that the army took nothing else from the region. So kind of like a lot of the other accounts, we can't, Clovis doesn't have as many sort of in-battle accounts, but given his wild success in battle and his, also there's accounts of, where's this other one where he's, sorry, let me find it here real quick. Can't find it quickly enough, but he basically, captures people, kills them, forces other people to kill other people. He just doesn't take any prisoners, really. He just kills everybody, and he kills everybody in battle, wins all these battles. You can kind of get the sense, despite the sources, that he's an incredibly competent warrior, if you will, not unskilled in the art of defeating his enemies. So I think it's probably fair to put Clovis in between Henry V and Zizka as a start. But I'll let the two of you, one of you guys can jump in and let me know what you think.
So I've studied Clovis quite a bit, and like you, I'm frustrated by that. Again, the lack of first-hand accounts, but it's even more understandable here because it is so early. Right, it's the 5th century AD. It's right at the fall of the Roman Empire, which he helps bring about in Gaul because he takes Soissons from Syagrius. He is brutal, and he's ruling at a time when this is not a ruler-subject society. Feudalism is so far away still. And it doesn't just come about with the Carolingians. It's still not quite there, right? And arguably, it never really is there like we think of it. There's just feudalisms across Europe. A topic for another time. But he's ruling not in a ruler-subject society. He's ruling in a warrior-follower society. So he has followers, not subjects, and he has to be a warrior to keep them in line. So presumably he is a great warrior. Presumably he's leading from the front. He's charging. He's in the thick of it. And so the only problem is we have to infer a lot of this, and you would think that some of that would be written down. That's the frustrating thing. You would think that some of those stories would make their way to Gregory of Tours, because he does in the history of the Franks, he does have some detailed battle descriptions of other battles. He has various like tactics about the Burgundians at one point luring the Franks, their leader, too far by imitating their war cry and then cutting his head off. That's always the thing here. It's always people getting their head cut off and then their bodies thrown down a well for some reason. It's a brutal time. And so I think A, because again, it's inferentially, like, you have to be a good warrior to command the loyalty of people at this time. But he, on the other hand, he's also just a shrewd bastard who is betraying everybody, cheating, swindling. He's incredibly cunning, and he has no qualms with lying. But I just think that some of those, again, I go back to the point of some of those stories of battle prowess would have appeared in history of the Franks if he was really a distinguished warrior that would, deserve to be at that spot at A. I mean, I'm fine with keeping him in A. I just think that maybe he should be behind Žižka. Purely on Žižka, it's like Žižka might have not been in a better state physically. I guess I only say that because as a innovator in the field of war, it hurts a little bit to see Clovis ahead of him. That's just my 2 cents.
What do you think, Medieval Scholar?
I think A tier is a pretty fair rating for him, just because there's not a lot of records of him in battle, but when he is in battle, he is successful. So sample size, not a lot. Success rate, wonderful. So I think below Žižka is good.
I think that's a good point to make about how we have to infer so much. But you can kind of, I think that is one of the things about, like you're saying, that you do have to be a good warrior to command a following, and you do have to be a good warrior with a reasonable following to win battles, and you do have to be a reasonably competent guy at killing other people to sort of command the universal, I don't know if maybe universal respect of his enemies or co-belligerents or whatever you would refer to, sort of like, Theodoric or these other, the Gundabad and these other different guys. They all seem to, with the exception of Theodoric from, my lesser reading, it seems like most everyone is not too excited to experience the sharp end of his axe.
Yeah, exactly. The parallel to Theodoric the Great is so strong, and it's interesting you brought up how they treated each other as equals because they had their separate spheres of influence. They were both trying to build on Roman foundations. They were also killers. Theodoric, in a story that and appreciate, right? He kills Odoacer, the guy who sacks Rome famously. And is supposed to have split him from thigh to collarbone and said, "Oh my God, this guy has no bones in his body," and just sent everybody laughing, but also probably in a horrified sort of way, right? And so both these guys are ruling societies that are still warrior followers. So presumably you have to be a great warrior, which is why he's on this list. As for, again, I'm debating with myself here about whether he should go past Žižka. I could see your point because, to cleave to split a guy's skull with an axe, to be doing some of the these instructive acts of violence, even if they're off the battlefield, does show that he's a killer. And so on the battlefield, presumably he's deadly. It's just frustrating that you don't see that in the history of the Franks. So yeah, that's
I think it's fair right there. I think we're good. I think you make a good case for Zizka. And I think being a warrior is although certainly there's I think a heavy price or a heavy weight on prowess. I think there's maybe just as heavy of a weight on winning, and Zizka's a winner.
Yeah.
So I think
yeah,
that's fair.
exactly. Yeah, well put.
All right, you're up next.
Okay, so now we get to another great segue, I got to say, because it's a very brutal figure. It's an anti-hero, just like Clovis. Interesting, and he's around in the 10th century, almost the whole of the 10th century. He lives to a ripe old age, somehow, despite the incredible acts of violence, which we are to some extent going to take the sagas at face value in recounting. But he lives from 904 to 995. Again, to a ripe old age, 10th century. This is Scandinavia is in a different stage of development than the rest of Europe, and he's coming from Iceland, which is where the outcasts of Scandinavian society go. So the violent, the violent people, the square pegs in the round holes, and then like I believe it's Eric the Red. The Greenlandic explorer who is too violent for Iceland. Egil Skallagrimsson is too violent for this incredibly violent society himself. Anyway, so everything that we know about him really comes from the saga of Egil, which may have been written by Snorri Sturluson, who is the premier historian of Icelandic history, medieval historian, and the only reason why it wouldn't be him, and it's actually quite a strong reason to doubt that it was him, is there are stylistic differences in the text, and then also it has a negative portrayal. That is the Egil saga portrays Norwegian kings negatively, as opposed to Snorri Sturluson, who treats them positively because he has political ambitions. He was cozying up to them. Anyway, so a little bit about Egil, and we're going to get to the violence very quickly because he was a violent kid. So Egil and his brother fit this very interesting saga trope, this literary trope about a blonde, good-looking, happy, and beloved brother, and then a dark-haired, ugly, gloomy, unpopular brother. So Egil, of course, is the latter. And he in later life, he goes on to be a shield-biting berserker. So the type that we think got high on the psychedelic mushrooms, even if there's no actual evidence for that. But what is true is that these berserkers would enter a trance-like state when fighting, and would sometimes fight naked and all of that, even if that also is debated. But Egil was one of these berserkers. So his physical description, he goes on to be a bull-necked, big-chinned, big-shouldered, hard-featured, black-eyed man with hair that is wolf gray, and I'm quoting roughly from the saga there. And it's been speculated to kind of explain this violent temperament, that he, and also just his interesting physical quirks, that he was either bipolar or that he had something called Paget's bone disease, which causes bone deformities and eventual blindness. So, who knows? Maybe Ivar the Boneless had the same thing. But in any case, he got his start early. So at the age of 3, he's supposed to have already been drinking, fighting, and riding horses, and been capable of speaking in skaldic verse. So he is supposed to have written his first bit of skaldic poetry at age 3. And the quote from the saga in the mouth of Egil is, "You will not find a better 3-year-old poetry welder than me." And by age 7, he drew blood for the first time. So not long after that, he's already killed a boy. He kills a boy who is bigger, stronger than him, 4 years older. So he's 7, the boy's 11. He loses a wrestling match to him. So he goes out into the town. He gets an axe from his buddy, and then he comes back and kills him. So again, he's too violent even for Iceland. And his dad is actually quite disturbed by his own boy. An incredibly violent man himself, as we'll see very soon. But his mother actually sees potential in him and says that he has the makings of a fine Viking. And so and then the poetry that comes out of that is a very famous bit of Norse poetry that makes its way into the Vikings TV show. It's called My Mother Told Me. And it goes, my mother told me someday I would buy galley with good oars, sail to distant shores. Very memorably, kind of a fixture of the Vikings TV show, even if that takes place before. It comes from this story. Anyway, so back to his father. He was upset by this murder. And one day, Egil and his buddy, the one who had procured the axe for him, they're at home, they're wrestling. And then his father comes and he's in a drunken stupor. He kills the boy who had given Egil the axe. And then he's about to kill his own son, Egil. And a slave woman comes and stops him from doing this. This is a big mistake for her because he then goes and chases her to her death. She falls off a cliff. And to make sure that she's dead, he throws a boulder on her. This is a very violent man himself.
What is going on?
This is Skaldic history, right? And so, in retaliation, Egil, he's still around 7 years old. He kills his father's favorite slave, who is a full-grown man. And so this begins a feud with his father. Inevitably, he also feuds with his brother, the one who's popular and all the rest of it. He wants to accompany him on a journey to Norway, and his brother refuses him. And so Egil he says, then maybe neither of us will go. And he unmoors his brother's ship. And his brother is able to get the ship back. But instead of getting upset with his brother, he decides to take him along. So it kind of shows you how his brother and father regarded this young boy. Incredibly precocious, incredibly violent, and they're definitely intimidated by him. Anyways, by the time he's in Norway, he's a little bit older. It's unclear exactly how old, maybe preteens or teens. In another famous story in this saga, he stays with a warrior in the service of the King of Norway, and he finds out that this warrior had lied to them and failed in his duties as a host and had been keeping beer instead of offering. So he pretends that he doesn't have beer. They find out that he does have beer, so he failed in his duties as a host. And on top of that, he attempts to poison Egil. So Egil kills the seasoned warrior, and this begins a very convoluted feud with the queen, who the warrior had been a relative of. Later on, Egil goes on to kill the Prince of Norway, so the queen's son, and is cursed by the queen with restlessness. And this restlessness he's going to exhibit throughout the rest of his life. Anyways, the summer after this stint in Norway, Egil and his brother go raiding in the Baltic coast. So they go east. They get captured. And so Egil and all of his companions, they're in binds. And Egil takes action. He chews through his binds. And then he frees everybody. And they all escape. But at some point, so they had been kept in a barn. They had found a stash of treasure near this barn, and they make off with this treasure, while the Balts, defending their coast, that had captured them, they were in the hall, and they were none the wiser. So sometime after this escape, right, they're laden with booty, Egil says, you know what? It's important that I stand by my misdeeds. And this is maybe the lesson from his life. Is the one thing Egil does, as reprehensible as he is. Again, this, in a tradition of heroic sagas, he is anti-heroic. He is not somebody you really root for. He's too violent even for the Norse. But at the same time, the one thing he does, to his credit, is he stands by his misdeeds. So he goes back and he sets fire to the hall, shouts his name all the while, and takes credit for basically killing everybody and making off with the treasure. Right, so he doesn't want to just be a simple thief. He'd rather be a killer than a thief. Anyway, the brothers then make their way to England, and they fight for very famous Anglo-Saxon king, King Athelstan, and they fight against King Olaf of the Scots. And Egil's brother volunteers to lead the vanguard during one battle. He dies. And Egil goes literally berserk. So he goes on to kill apparently dozens of Scots and win Athelstan the battle after his brother's disastrous charge. And for this, he gets awarded 2 big treasure chests of silver. And in one of the final episodes of his life, he has, as I said, this very convoluted sort of feud with Norwegian loyalty. And also, in as part of this feud, and there's an inheritance dispute. And there's a man named Berg Onunder who he challenges to a perfectly legal Norse duel, Holmganger. I'm doing my best with the pronunciation here. Anyways, he kills him, and then he goes on to maybe duel, maybe extrajudicially kill this man's 2 brothers. And one of these brothers manages to give him quite a fight. Or put up quite a fight, and Egil has to bite through his neck in order to win. So in the poem, it says, "I let my teeth destroy him," quite simply, in the words of Egil. The last episode of his life, Egil is now in his 80s, and he is blind as a bat, like Zizka. So again, this supports the whole Paget bone disease theory. He, with a couple of servants, he travels to the site where he is going to be buried, his final resting place, and he has these 2 big chests of silver still, which he wants to, I guess, take with him on his voyage to the next world. And they dig this site up. They put the treasure chests in, and in order that nobody will find the site and rob his grave, he kills them. He's in his 80s, so he kills these 2 servants so that nobody will know the secret of where he's buried. Despite this site is later found, and his body is exhumed because a church is built there. And this is in Iceland, right? This is back in Iceland. And interestingly, so his body is exhumed, and an exceptionally large skull is found. And this skull is hit with an axe, and this is still... this is still in the Middle Ages that his skull is found, but so the medievals are completely astounded that when they hit this axe, it didn't break. It was incredibly solid. It also turned white at the point of impact, and this was then taken to be a sign of strength. But it's possibly just a sign of this bone deformity. Anyway, so this was an incredibly vicious figure. He's perhaps the greatest anti-hero in the Norse saga tradition. He's not a good guy, but he is incredibly violent, incredibly capable warrior. And again, we're taking sagas which are intentionally mythologizing figures and taking it at face value. But I think he was a historical figure, to be clear. And this crazy skull was actually found. He does seem to have been a big man, just big chinned, big boned, despite having this bone deformity, and incredibly powerful. So with all that in mind, I'd put him probably at the bottom of A or at the top of B, but I'm leaning toward bottom of A right now.
What do you think, Scholar?
I think bottom of A is a good spot for him. He obviously has, obviously from the way they describe his exhumed remains, this guy was obviously like the size, stature of like the Mountain from Game of Thrones. This guy is just an absolute behemoth of a man.
Something about Iceland, right?
Yeah.
Because he's from there himself.
He just is... It's totally like a polarizing difference, considering how many, like, quote-unquote chivalrous people we have spoken of in this list. This guy is just an absolute hilarious, psychotic killer.
Yeah.
And you can see, like, the difference in like the, not only like the time period, considering the century that it's within, but also the cultures. You think of like medieval France or like medieval England in like maybe the 1200s or something like that, or 1300s. There's like a big sense of, within the warrior class, it's like chivalry and honor. And then, what did you say this was?
This is the 10th century, so yes, it is awfully early, even in Europe. Like, you're still seeing still in the 10th century in mainland Europe, you are seeing like some outrageous violence.
Yeah, 10th
Um,
century
but
Iceland.
less.
I mean, I'm gonna imagine that the antics that he got up to at 3 years old is an exaggeration for the saga, but also considering what I'm hearing this guy did, I also wouldn't be surprised if he was doing some of these things at 3 years old. Losing a wrestling match and taking an axe and absolutely cleaving a kid down because he lost a wrestling match is certainly a reaction.
It is.
He just had that like murderous intent in his body just like from birth. So he is not like he isn't like a military leader like a Godfrey, but he's that like barbarian type of just brutal killer that when you think of like warrior, you do think of like a guy like this. So I
Exactly.
think bottom of A is definitely a safe spot for him.
All right. Well, you guys agree and put it in there. I think so. I think there's certainly a lot of similarities, like you were saying, with how we're inferring things with Clovis, for example, and then obviously through the sagas. For me, what ranks Clovis on the list is when you infer those things then with fighting other armies, winning battles, and like expanding his territory and sort of those types of things. That's what more strikes me, I guess, maybe in the warrior spirit. Whereas I realize the anecdotes with Clovis are sort of like, chopping people up, not necessarily in battle, but they're sort of like inferring that brutality that translates into battle or into fighting other warriors. So the chopping up people doesn't do it for me, I guess is what I would say.
That's fair enough, because if we were going by that, like if this was a tier list of who wins the 1v1, which might be an interesting way to think about it, right? Like Aho would actually be up there if we take the saga at face value. To what extent we can do that? That's the
This
tension.
guy versus Richard.
He might lose the fist fight, right? But he'll come back with the axe. Like he does have that cheating spirit of like just he does have that winning ethos, or he wants to win, right? He will come back with the axe to finish the job, much like Clovis. But yeah, I guess what undercuts him for me is I am drawing from just one source, a saga, which intentionally mythologizes figures. But yeah, so with Clovis, I guess it's just a case of his success is evidence enough of the warrior spirit, right? In a time when, again, I've harped on it a lot already, but you had followers and leaders. You did not have subjects and rulers just yet.
Yep, I think that's well put. All right, so we got him in the bottom of A there. So next up, medieval scholar.
So this guy is awesome, and he's not. I feel like he's not as well known to a lot of people, but his story is very, very cool. So his name's Gotz von Berlichingen, more colloquially known as Gotz of the Iron Hand. He is an imperial knight of the Holy Roman Empire who was born in 1480, hailed from a noble family, and he grew up immersed in the world of chivalry and warfare. During the Landshut War of Succession, an imperial force that Gotz was a part of was laying siege to Kufstein, a fortress in control of soldiers loyal to Count Ruprecht. And during the siege, Gotz suffers a absolutely catastrophic injury where a cannon misfires. And due to this misfire, his right hand is completely severed. So from there, usually a lot of people would go, oh my god, my hand is gone. I'm just going to retire and do whatever people do with my stump of an arm. Gotz, luckily for him, because he is part of a noble house, he has plenty of money at his disposal. So he uses this money to commission a prosthetic iron hand from a local blacksmith. And after he is given his new prosthetic, he becomes a mercenary. And because he wasn't ever a fan of taking orders from people above him and would rather do what he did best on his own terms. He was very charismatic. He was a well-liked individual, and he was able to use this charisma to convince fellow warriors to join his mercenary company. And as a result, they grew and became established and were able to sell their services for coin. In addition to his exploits, he became renowned with the common people for his strong sense of justice. He would frequently fight against oppressive lords and advocate for the common people, and thus the common people in return gave him the nickname Gotz of the Iron Hand, the Knight of the People. He was very volatile. He would frequently have feuds with many cities throughout the Holy Roman Empire in modern-day Germany, such as Cologne and Nuremberg. The latter, Nuremberg, he hated the most because the people who were manning the cannon that blew off his hand were cannoneers from Nuremberg. So he hated the whole city because of these people and their to him, their stupidity that resulted in the loss of his hand. So from there, he was absolutely belligerent with the way that he would feud. So much so, he got into so much trouble so often that the Holy Roman Emperor himself, one of the time being Maximilian, punished him with an imperial ban twice. This punishment confined him to his estate, and if he left his personal land borders, people had the legal right to kill him on sight. So after the imperial ban was eventually lifted, he acquired an upgrade he acquired a new prosthetic. It went up to his forearm and was fastened on by a strap, and each finger was triple jointed and had spring lock systems with individual buttons that released said locks, so he was able to hold his sword and fight almost as if he never lost his hand to begin with, because it was so dynamic. He was active in numerous military campaigns over the course of 47 years, from 1498 to 1544, including the German Peasants' War, numerous feuds. In his autobiography, he estimates that he fought 15 feuds in his own name, besides in many cases where he lent assistance to his friends, including feuds against the cities of Cologne, Ulm, Augsburg, and the Swabian League, as well as a feud against the Bishop of Bamberg. His name became famous as well with a euphemism, which is very funny. He famously, it was famously called the Swabian Salute, where he would shout at his foe. I'm not going to try and pronounce it in German, but translated, it says, "He can lick my ass." From there, in 1498, he fought in the armies of... He actually fought for Maximilian in 1498. He saw action in Burgundy, Lorraine, the Brabant, and in the Swabian Wars. The following year, by 1500, Gotz had left the service of Frederick of Brandenburg and formed a company of mercenaries, from which he wasn't just serving the common people, but also fought for various dukes, margraves, and barons. In 1504, with the War of Succession of Landshut, they also fought for Albert IV, the Duke of Bavaria, and then he fought in the defense of Mochmul, but eventually was forced to surrender the town owing to a lack of supplies and a lack of supplies and munitions. He frequently fought for essentially nonstop, despite his disability, for nearly 50 straight years, and he ends up passing away in 1562, and he's now one of the most famous knights to come out of that period of German history in the Holy Roman Empire, not only because of his absolutely volatile attitude and his dedication to the common people, but also just because the guy loved to fight, and he loved fighting so much that despite getting your right arm completely obliterated by a cannon, he uses the money to create a prosthetic and continue fighting for, I think, another 30 or something years. So I'll put him in to start with debates. I'll put him in top of B tier.
What do you think, David?
That seems fine. Yeah, the fact that he had like that prosthetic is very indicative of a warrior spirit. And
you can, I'll link the picture in the Discord. Here is
it sounds like a pretty quite a contrivance, quite a mechanical contrivance. Like what an apparatus! Like those three jointed springs.
I mean, look at that thing. Like that thing is easily able to.
And remind us when he lived.
He was born in 1480, and then he died in 1562.
Yeah, the tinkers are a little bit better. Yeah, because this is quite a little mechanism, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, your ranking seems fine to me.
Are there any stories of his personal performance in a battle?
What's the most badass thing he ever did?
Yeah.
I think there isn't much actual first-hand accounts of him fighting, but more so I rate him high or somewhat high because of the amount of years in which he fought, and like David said, reiterating the warrior spirit, like with Henry or with Harold or any of the others, where this is like a catastrophic injury. This is not something that the average person is going to recover from.
A lot of these guys were pretty screwed up physically.
Yeah,
blinded.
You get your hand
arrow
blown
to the
off
cheek.
by a cannon. Wow.
Hand blown off by cannon. Yeah.
And he just
bone deformity.
He's like, dude, this is just my thing. I can't give this up. So he goes and creates. He has this hand created, and he fights for multiple. He fights in multiple wars, multiple feuds. He has 15 feuds in his own name. He fights in Burgundy, Lorraine, Brabant, and the Swabian War for Maximilian. And then he fights as a mercenary for the common people as well as various dukes, margraves, and barons. 47-year military service.
That is a long stint. Wow.
Psychopath enough to create one of the first really just engineering marvel prosthetics that we have actually as a relic.
Was he mechanically inclined? Did he build it himself or just
No,
commissioned it?
he commissioned a blacksmith to create it for him.
Right.
All right. Well, I think
And also
B is
just
pretty
being
good.
so belligerent that the Emperor put him on an Imperial ban twice. And he's like, dude, if you leave your house, we're literally gonna kill you. Like, can you just stop?
I think B is reasonable.
Yeah.
It is.
All right. Then I'll kick off here with Bayard, which he lived at the same time as Gotz. He was 1476 to 1524. So
He's the French entrepreneur behind the car, right?
that's right. That's right.
It's pretty interesting.
Dude, how funny was that? He's literally me.
I didn't even know that was a thing until today.
I didn't
don't even know
either.
how you found that.
Yeah, I didn't either. I found that while I was researching ahead of the stream. So
We could have had Bayard cars. What a tragedy.
Damn Germans.
we're in the wrong timeline.
After the First World War, right?
Yeah,
Probably
First
the
World War,
biggest-
yeah.
Probably the biggest tragedy of the First World War. Now we don't have Bayard cars.
Really a shame.
That's crazy.
All right, so I'm going
It's
to...
funny that the guy thought he looked at Bayard. He said, "This guy's literally me."
Yeah,
Named himself after him.
just tax it on his end of his name. Yeah. You guys can find that on my X account if you want to look that up. And so, yeah, so we're, and Steven made a comment. He popped in and watched for a little bit. I don't know if he's still watching. Our great friend, Steven, he made a comment on X. So he's either watching or was watching. So shout out to Steven. And now for Bayard, I'm gonna roll through this as quick as possible. So that way we can roll through and get to the end. We're getting pretty long here, but I'll do my very best, although Bayard is very full of personal anecdotes and many tales of his personal bravery. And I will say about Bayard, one of the things that's interesting, I think as much, same thing probably for somebody like William Marshal in terms of him being a knight or in terms of Richard or Henry being kings. It's a little bit interesting to try to parse those things out because obviously we're rating them on their warrior ability and not necessarily his ability as a knight. So Bayard was, of course, known for being very chivalrous, but chivalry doesn't score you any points here, even though those anecdotes are incredible and what a reputation. So I might mention those, but I also want to mention that they may just be great fun facts. They're not necessarily part of the ranking here. So Bayard, he actually was, and so he achieved a lot of nicknames in his time, but he just preferred to be called Le Bon Chevalier, which means the good knight. He was small as a child, but in adolescence he grew a lot, so he ended up reaching 5'11", which is above average. At 14, he became a page to Duke Charles I of Savoy, and Duke Charles of Savoy was also known as Charles the Warrior, which probably is where Bayard got his exceptional skills from to start. Or I'm sorry, that wasn't at 14. That was much earlier. At 14, my apologies. At 14, he actually took service as a man-at-arms in the household of Louis de Luxembourg, who was a favorite of King Charles VIII of France. And so this is how Bayard sort of ended up beginning in royal circles. So, sorry, he was a page much younger to Duke Charles, right. And then at 14, a man-at-arms. When he was about 18... 18. Attorney was held in Lyon, attended by the king and his court, and although he was not yet 18 or just before he was 18, Bayard won the highest honors at the tournament, which sort of propelled him further into everybody's attention. Then he started fighting in the army. He was at the Battle of Naples. At the Battle of Fornovo, which is, he's about 19 at this time now, he famously captured a standard of an enemy, and as a squire, so he's not even a knight yet. And this is sort of notable. It sounds, I guess, a little bit cartoonish, but to sort of put this into context, the standards are very important, and typically a standard bearer would be somebody of note because they needed to keep their standard up in the battle so people could rally to their standard, or they could organize their troops or direct them. And so being able to capture an enemy standard was considered a big deal, and Bayard in the battle capturing a standard when he's not even a knight yet goes to show his quality. And he was captured in the battle. He was set free without ransom and then knighted right after the battle. So he becomes a knight. So later in his life, when he's about 26, if I recall, there's this other guy, a Gascon named Gaspar. He took a prisoner named Alonso de Sotomayor, who's a Spanish knight of reportedly gigantic stature, a very large man. And Bayard basically took over housing the prisoner for this guy, Gaspar. Bayard treated him fine. Everything was good. But when Sotomayor got out of Bayard's house or whatever, after he had been a prisoner, he started going around town telling everybody that Bayard had treated him poorly. He accused him of mistreating him and having suffered these, terrible injuries at his hands as a prisoner in Bayard's company. Of course, everybody knew that that was ridiculous, but Sotomayor kept it up. So finally, Bayard told him that he was going to have to fight him to the death for saying such ridiculous things because they were obviously false. During this time, Bayard was actually suffering. There was a couple years here where he was kind of suffering on and off from serious attacks of malaria. So he was actually sick on the day that the duel was supposed to happen, having just recovered from a serious bout of illness. And his friend, Bellarbre, volunteered to fight in his place, but Bayard refused, saying that he wanted to defend his own honor. The day of the duel comes out. And Sotomayor is also a pretty crafty guy, the way that duels go at the time, which this is how I was actually introduced to Bayard. He's actually mentioned several times in the audiobook that I put out, Dueling Stories of the 16th Century. And so Bayard comes out on his horse, and he's sort of attended by his whole group of friends. And Sotomayor's group comes out, but they're all waiting for Sotomayor to show up. And so Bayard is basically just sitting out there in the heat in his armor, waiting for Sotomayor to show up. And Sotomayor basically waits a long time during the day to kind of exhaust him by sitting out there in the sun. And everybody knew that Bayard was extremely good on a horse, and they kind of figured that Sotomayor and this is what Sotomayor had set up, that he was, going to fight him on horseback, because as the challenged party, he could choose the terms of the duel. However, Sotomayor, when he eventually showed up hours later, after Bayard had sat out in the heat, he showed up and said, "Actually, I want to fight on foot with a sword, I want to fight on foot with a spear and a dagger." And so that way he would sort of neutralize the advantage that Bayard may have had on horseback, and then maybe he would have a bigger advantage because he's a much taller guy with the length of the spear. And so, of course, there was kind of an outrage. And again, people were saying that they were pushing Bayard to call off the duel, but all he did was dismount and say, "No, I'm more than happy to, however Sotomayor wants to fight, I'll fight him right now." And he sort of famously laid completely prostrate on the ground, praying before the battle began, and then basically just walked right up to Sotomayor, and they start fighting. Sotomayor had this technique of trying to feign at Bayard and do these sort of feints with the spear. He did that several times, and Bayard was trying to get him, and he was unable to sort of engage because of these he was standing back and doing these feints at him. And so Bayard kind of timed it. And when he did it, he basically jumped the timing and ended up lunging at him and hitting him in the neck with the spear, and then jumping on him with his dagger. But by the time that he jumped on him with his dagger, he yelled at him, "Surrender or you're a dead man." But he was already dead. And of course, the French started going wild with celebrations, banging the drums, but Bayard ordered them to be silent. He didn't want the death to be celebrated. And then he just strolled off to church and prayed. Then he was further in this Battle of Canossa, where he was injured. And then the following year, he was in the Battle of Garigliano, where this is another famous Bayard incident. The French army sort of got jumped by this Italian-Spanish army, totally unprepared near this river. So there's sort of these series of bridges, and the French army is retreating, and they're basically just getting obliterated, which actually I should mention also that Bayard, because of his status, he sort of always led the vanguard in the advance, or he led the rear guard in the retreats. And so he was always in the thick of the action. So just being in the battle, he wasn't just sort of, once his reputation was established, he wasn't just sort of like in the battle. He was always in the most difficult spot in the battle. And it's interesting, too, that he seems, of course, because of his prowess, he seems like somebody who, if he had, which isn't to say that he was politically incompetent, but if he had had any serious political ambitions, that he certainly could have capitalized on them, because he was sort of, without prompting, it seems, given really every honor. But he didn't really seem to be at all interested in advancing himself politically. In any case, this Battle of Garigliano, the French army has to retreat, and they're going over these series of bridges. Bayard is in the rear guard, as he typically is, and at one point he gets to this bridge. The French army, in complete disarray immediately behind him. Everybody's just running, and Bayard turns around with a sword and a spear and single-handedly challenges it mentions 2 companies. So that's anywhere from 200 to 500 Spanish knights that are in front of him now on this bridge. And kind of like the famous Viking at the Stamford Bridge incident, he stands there and he just starts killing people, and nobody can get past him. Only in this case, there's nobody to go under the bridge and swim under and actually get him from below. So he's just there on the bridge holding off these, however many it is, 200, 300, 400 knights who are bottlenecked on this bridge, killing them one or two at a time, until eventually his buddy Bellerbray comes back on a horse and is able to sort of pull him back, pull him up on a horse and ride off to where the French have now regrouped on another bridge. It still was disastrous for the French, but in large part his single stand at that bridge allowed the French enough time to get some distance and actually regroup on a further bridge, which saved hundreds, if not thousands, of men from being killed. And so after that battle, Pope Julius II actually tried to hire Bayard, but he was not for hire. So then he accompanied Louis XII against Genoa. He fought a lot in Italy, so he was doing quite a lot. That was where a lot of his action was. And so he's in a series of successive battles again. Battle of Agdanello. He's at the siege of Padua, which he's fighting there actually with Emperor Maximilian. And then at this point, the famous French general Gaston Lafoy shows up, the Duke of Nemours, also known as the Thunderbolt of Italy. And at this point, let's see. Okay, we're not quite there yet. So at this point, the Italians the Italians with the Pope and the Holy Roman Empire and Spain, they sort of all grouped up into the Holy League, and they were fighting against France. So Bayard was heavily involved in the French actions at this time, and this is in about 1511. So I believe he's coming up on 30 years old. He's coming up on 40. So he's about 35 at this time. And it mentions that he becomes a master of what is called small warfare, which we would kind of think of that as special operations. It's a lot of raiding. So it was basically like him with this company of 300 men, and they would sort of do these like various special missions. He actually at one point almost captures the Pope in one of these special operations, in one of these small warfare things, which leads to his excommunication. But how long that lasted is kind of unclear. There's a siege of Brescia, which he participates in 1512, and he leads a wedge of dismounted men-at-arms against the defenders when they came out to fight, with himself at the point of the spear, at the point of the tip of the wedge. And several times they were, the battle was going back and forth, but each time Bayard rallied the French forces and led them in renewed attacks. He did get a severe wound in his thigh during that action, but not before the defenses were breached and the French entered the town. And then he ended up getting carried into some neighboring town where the residents, whose wife and daughters protected him and helped him recover. And I believe Medieval Scholar posted about this, the money that he left them, 1,000 gold ducats each. And shortly, though, he hears that Gaston Lafoy, the Duke of Nemours, is pressing forward and there's an imminent battle coming. And so he leaves this house before he's fully recovered to go join the Battle of Ravenna. So this Battle of Ravenna in 1512, basically all of the French commanders, so Gaston Lafoy and La Police and Bayard, are sort of all out scouting in the area, and they're all looking around, kind of mapping the battlefield the day before the battle. And so there's this account that they're walking around and they come upon like a little troop of 20 or 30 horsemen. And there's this guy, Don Pedro de Paz, coming towards them. So they basically run into another troop of the enemy's, captains doing some reconnaissance. And Bayard rode forward a few paces and saluted them, saying, "Gentlemen, you are preparing like us for the great game to begin. Have the goodness not to fire on your side, and we will not on ours," which was agreed. And then Don Pedro asked him who he was, and hearing that he was the famous Bayard, who had left so great a renown in the kingdom of Naples, he expressed his delight. He had not known of his presence, and while regarding it as equivalent to a reinforcement of 2,000 men, he was heartily glad to see him there, safe and sound. He had heard that Monsieur Bayard had fallen at the retaking of Brescia and was thankful to learn that the news was not true. He wished there could be peace between their respectable sovereigns and, of course, all the courtesies and stuff. But it's notable to mention that he mentions that Bayard is worth 2,000 men on the battlefield. He fights in subsequent battles, including the Battle of the Spurs against Henry of England. And that was actually Bayard's father had been injured in a battle against England. And Bayard was trying to rally his countrymen, but he found escape was cut off. And so, unwilling to surrender, he rode suddenly up to an English officer who was resting, unarmed, and summoned him to yield to Bayard, which the knight complied, and then Bayard surrendered to him. So then he was taken into the English camp, but his gallantry impressed Henry so much that Henry released him without ransom, merely exacting a promise from him not to fight for 6 weeks. So that's pretty interesting that given somebody so famous, instead of getting a huge ransom, Henry preferred to just take him off of the field for 6 weeks. Bayard, in 1515, Bayard was made lieutenant general. And in 1521, when war broke out again between Francis I and Charles V, Bayard, with 1,000 men, held a city called Mézières, which had been declared untenable, like that they just couldn't hold it, against an army of 35,000. So with 1,000 men, they held off this siege of 35,000. And after 6 weeks, they compelled the imperial generals to raise the siege. And this stubborn resistance made it so France was able actually to raise their armies and not be surprised and obliterated by a quick action from the Holy Roman Empire. Because of this, the French Parliament thanked Bayard as the savior of his country, and the king made him a knight of the Order of St. Michael and a commander in his own name of 1,000 gendarmes, which is like the horsemen, which is typically an honor up until then that had been reserved for princes of the blood. So he was able to get this. He was able to have basically 100 knights of his own. And so in 1524, he was with the French army, and so he's in Italy, and the Admiral Bonnivet was leading the army, and he was wounded in combat and implored Bayard to assume command and save the army. And so Bayard, of course, in the rear guard again, he's guarding the rear, fighting them off, helping the army retreat, and he was mortally wounded by an arquebus ball. And so he's laying against this tree just on the battlefield where, and of course, because they're pursuing the army. So then, they shoot Bayard and he's, incapacitated, basically. He's laying there against this tree bleeding out. And so, of course, it's a notable event when you've shot Bayard. So they all start gathering around. And one of them is Charles, the Duke of Bourbon, who was fighting on the Spanish-Italian side. And Charles comes up to Bayard. This is apparently his final words. Charles said, "Ah, Monsieur de Bayard, I am very sad to see you in this state, you who are such a virtuous knight." And Bayard replied, "Sir, there is no need to pity me. I die as a man of honor ought, doing my duty. But I pity you, because you are fighting against your king, your country, and your oath."
Nice.
And anyway, so then his body was returned to France, and so forth. So TLDR, 34 years Bayard fought in war. He achieved the Order of St. Michael. He was, I forgot to mention. Oh my gosh, forgot to mention this. Sorry. This is important. Where is this? Sorry, the Battle of Marignano. So this is in 1515. Bayard's about 40. And the Battle of Marignano, which is between the Kingdom of France and Venice against the old Swiss Confederacy and Milan. This was like a hugely... it was considered at the time like the Battle of Giants, because it was this old Swiss Confederacy, which had a lot of the Swiss pikemen, and the French had the German Landsknechts with them, and the Venetians as well. So this was this was like considered a really big, influential battle of the time. And at this battle, which notably Charles, the Duke of Bourbon, is actually on the French side in this battle, so he's fighting with Bayard. In this battle, this is Francis I's first battle as King of France, and he's in this battle. And after the battle, Francis was like hugely satisfied with the results of this battle. He was very pleased with winning the battle. And some of the generals were saying this was a battle of giants. One of the guys who had 40 years of military experience, one of the generals, said it was all the previous battles in his lifetime had been child's sport compared to that battle. But after the battle, considering it his most cherished triumph, Francis requested that he himself be knighted on the battlefield in the ancient style by the Chevalier Bayard. And so one of the reasons this is notable is because it's not just something to be knighted, but somebody like Francis, the King of France, being able to be knighted, he can obviously be knighted by anybody. And there's a certain, not just in this instance, but just generally speaking, there's a certain prestige to who you are knighted by or who knights you, because that sort of establishes a certain status, if you will. So Francis being able to choose to be knighted by anybody in the army and choosing the Chevalier Bayard indicates the level of respect that Bayard commanded, in large part due to his martial prowess. So anyway, 34 years he was fighting Order of St. Michael. He was knighted he knighted Francis I. He had the solo defense, the heroic solo defense at the bridge of Garigliano. He mastered small war raiding and almost captured the Pope. He won a sanctioned duel against a larger opponent while fending off malaria. So in a lot of ways, he had sort of that last stand. He had a duel. He had these different, vanguard actions. He was in battles, the cavalry. He really did it all. So for me, I'll let you guys can hash it out. But for me, I'm going to put Bayard on S tier in between Godfrey and Harald.
I agree with S tier. If William Marshal literally didn't exist, or he was flung by catapult into the side of his father's castle, then Bayard would have been my favorite knight of all time. What I am curious about, because the king mentioned that he wanted to be knighted in the ancient style, so I presume that's like the sword tapping on the shoulder. So if that's the ancient style, then in that time period, what actually is the standard to knight someone?
That's an interesting question.
Period?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question.
Because I thought that was just always the standard way to knight somebody. I didn't know that at that point in the 1500s that they were like, okay, this is the ancient style.
That makes me think there was that scene in The Last Duel. I don't know how historically accurate this is. Okay, Ridley Scott, but there's the scene in The Last Duel where they're showing Jean Carouge get knighted, and it's like he's in sort of like that line with all those other guys, and the guy places he's just placing the medal over his neck or something.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't know how accurate that is, but maybe the knighting style became sort of more ceremonial, and that ancient style is more. Sorry,
that movie, just that could be. I was just gonna say, because the movie was based on a book by a legit historian. Yeah, and they worked with that historian, and really Scott wasn't anywhere near the script. Not that he ever is, right? Actually, it was apparently Ben Affleck.
History movie. It's
Ben Affleck and Matt Damon who wrote the screenplay.
For a Ridley Scott movie, it's surprisingly more accurate than you would think. It's definitely got some problems. It's
simple though. It's just because he's so at the mercy of the screenplay writer. Any director who doesn't write the screenplay, that's the meat of the story.
Ben Affleck and Matt Damon are really good at writing them.
They're great at it. They were great at adapting that work that it was based on, of the same title.
The costumes were pretty solid, aside from the half helmets. What is going on there when they do the joust in the final confrontation? Those half visored helmets. That shit made me want to punch straight through my TV. What is even going on there? You just have half of your face exposed. You're about to joust. You're about to die like young. You're about to die like young Henry. You're about to get shattered lance into your eye.
It's the airflow, man. They need airflow.
Guess so, dude.
Gotta breathe. All right, I apologize. I'm gonna have to go in 15, 20 minutes because I got little kids' bedtimes.
Pierre's not gonna take.
So,
Pierre's not gonna take too much time.
Are we good with Bayard where he's at?
Of an eye.
I think so. He seems very versatile, and again, marrying the prowess to generalmanship. He's doing the duels. He's in the vanguard. So I think that's fair. After a tour de force like that, which with Pierre by comparison, I guess I'll just with that I'll segue to mine.
Yeah, go ahead.
Our last warrior here. We don't know that much about him, but he really his story on paper, both in terms of why he's on this list, the trials of strength, the feats of strength attributed to him, and then also the Mel Gibson tier backstory. Okay, so this warrior is Pierre Gerloff's Donia. He is a Frisian, and he lives from 1480 to 1520. So, my picks were basically prize fighter, brigand, berserker, and this one is pirate. Okay, so Pierre was known as Big Pierre because he was huge. According to the 19th century Dutch historian Conrad Hewitt, quoting from him now, Pierre was a tower of a fellow as strong as an ox, of dark complexion, broad-shouldered, with a long black beard and mustache. A natural rough humorist who, through unfortunate circumstances, was recast into an awful brute. Out of personal revenge for the bloody injustice that befell him, with the killing of kinsfolk and destruction of his property, he became a freedom fighter of legendary standing. So the backdrop, the historical backdrop in Friesland and in the broader Netherlands and Belgium at this time is in the wake of Burgundian rule. Again, late 15th century, early 16th century. So the region is now transitioning to the rule of the deeply unpopular Habsburgs. And Big Pierre is a well-to-do farmer who, according to later tales, could plow the land just as well himself as a team of 5 horses, and who could also lift a horse above his head. This is one of the, I think that has to be one of the crazier ones we've heard today, lifting a horse above his head. His life, though, was changed forever. He was a farmer, but his life was changed in 1515 when the Black Band, an ominously named mercenary group, which was in the service of the Habsburgs, raided his village, burned his estate to the ground, and murdered and raped his wife. So after this, again, as I said, Mel Gibson here, I'm thinking, Braveheart. Pierre vows revenge, and he begins a guerrilla campaign against the Habsburgs. Pierre recruits others to his cause and forms, remember, it was the Black Band that did this horrible injustice to him, and he forms the Black Hope of a room, which is this town in Friesland who he recruits from. And these freedom fighters basically operate as pirates, and they're very opportunistic, so they're capturing any vessels, really, that are unfortunate enough to cross their path in the English Channel. There's a later verse that commemorates the inspiring effect that he had on his fellow Frisians. It goes like, "Thee I'll follow, noble Peter, thou wert nobler, far and greater than the noblest home-kept lord, battling like an ancient Roman for his country with her foemen, whom he chased with fire and sword." So it almost rhymes when translated to English. There's plenty such verses. He is a folk hero in the Netherlands today, although when Dutch people are asked, they frequently get the dates wrong, apparently. Just a little fun fact. In 1517, this is now 2 years after basically his origin story, when the Black Band raid his and destroy his hometown. 2 years after that, his band, the Black Hope, raised the town of Medemblik, which had collaborated with the Habsburgs. And then they go on to brutally occupy the town of Asperen. And this is really the culmination of his military career. Sadly, there's not too much more than this. It's a little bit anticlimactic, but after this, basically the Stadtholder of Holland chases him away, and Pierre, a little bit disappointingly, he retires and hands the baton to somebody else who leads these freedom fighters for a time. And Pierre just goes on to die a natural death pretty early, about age 40. So a little bit anticlimactic, but why is he on this list? Again, it goes back to the feats of strength that were attributed to him, with some historical evidence, but not too much. We have a lot of folk tales. But in 18th century Leeuwarden, 2 giant swords were found, and they were both said to have belonged to Pierre. And one of these swords can actually be found in the city's museum today. And this sword measures 7 feet and weighs over 14 pounds. Elsewhere, a massive helmet of his was found. I'm not sure where you can go and see that today. And then in terms of some of these folk tales, it was said that with his sword, he could decapitate multiple people with a single blow. And that, as I actually mentioned from the outset, he could bend coins simply with 3 of his fingers. So I would say it's the worst for last, sadly. It starts out as an incredibly promising story, but I would put him at the end of B tier. I think he does have a very interesting sort of, it's almost the beginnings of a tale that could be a Hollywood movie, and then he was also just this, freakishly strong guy. But does he deserve to rank higher than any of these? No, especially when I think back to Philip of Alsace and what we discussed. I don't think he deserves to rank higher than him. I would put him at the end, the very last, the worst for the last, sadly.
But he's definitely like a cool guy to learn about. Also, I do have to say, I've been so locked in for these like few hours that I spaced out like halfway through when you were talking, and then when I heard you talking about the massive swords, I went, "Oh my god, he's talking about Group Pierre," and because I remember seeing one of the photographs. I'm not sure if it's actually one of his swords, of the black and white photo of the guy in the suit, and he's holding that massive sword next to him, like the point of the blade is down to the floor, and he's holding this massive sword. And
yeah, there you go.
Yeah, and some people.
Is this the image you're thinking of?
Let me look. No, hold on. Groot Pierre sword. Now I don't know for sure this one.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is actually his sword. I feel like this sword is more ceremonial size, but if it is his sword, that is unbelievable. Yeah. This guy was insane, and I wish that there was more
That's probably it.
information
I
about
mean,
him.
7 feet, right?
Yeah, he was massive.
The sword, like that's the sword I think that is in Leeuwarden today at the museum, at the city's museum. 7 feet in length and weighs 14 pounds.
Which is hilarious.
It is, right?
When you think of, if you told someone that wasn't familiar with history, like, how much do you think a sword that is like 7 feet tall would weigh? They might say something, because they don't know anything, they might say something upwards of like 50 pounds.
Yeah. You would think.
But yeah, no, Group Pierre is awesome. It also, yeah, the Habsburgs kind of do that. As much as I love Maximilian,
he is a Habsburg apologist, you have to admit, right?
I love Maximilian. This unfortunately happened. That whole like black band thing happened while he was Holy Roman Emperor.
It was actually the Duke of Saxony.
You said 1515, right? That this thing happened.
1480 to 1520, and yeah, 1515 was the tail end of his life. Was 1515 was exactly that was when the raid happened.
So he reigned as emperor until 1519, died. So he was emperor at the time, but
that's right about when Pierre retires. I think he might have been sick because he died not long after that. So to his credit, he might have just been sick. And yeah, you wish for like a better conclusion to that story, but of course the Habsburgs go on to keep ruling.
Yeah, he kind of retires.
He's not going to take down the Habsburgs.
He just dies, and then the Habsburgs kind of just like conquer all of Europe over the course of like 200 more years.
The Habsburgs are going to be fine, right? But also it was the Duke of Saxony who really was more to blame. So
who,
why
like, orchestrated this whole thing?
Yes. The Black Band was in their employ.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, as a Habsburg apologist, you're probably quite pleased to hear that.
I wouldn't say I'm essentially a Habsburg apologist.
No.
I'm just a fan of a couple of them.
Maximilian and who else?
Charles V.
Sure. Yeah.
And of course, Mr. Edward Habsburg.
Of course.
How could I ever
contemporary.
forget him?
A real Habsburg in our time.
A real Habsburg.
The last of the Habsburgs.
These were our 3 ideas that we've been stewing on for a while, right? Battles, rulers, and warriors. We can now rank the Habsburgs and try to get Edward on.
We should ask. I'll ask him if he wants to. If he
honestly, it's worth a shot.
That would be very cool.
That'd be hilarious. That would be the most authoritative tier list on the subject.
It's like,
it would be. Yeah, ranking all the medieval Habsburgs.
Yeah.
All right, so
And
let's.
I think he's also a big Maximilian fan.
Yeah, he
so
is.
I think,
Yeah, he is. Big time.
yes.
All right, so what do you guys think about the list? Any comments on the list? Any other concluding thoughts? We'll go ahead and wrap it up. If you guys want to, if for anybody watching, we have you can see in the video here. This is David from Empire Builders. You can follow him on X at Empires Pod, and there'll be links to all of these in the description. We have Medieval Scholar. You can follow him at Medieval Scholar, and then David also has a YouTube channel with some great videos. On what's the video that we talked about today?
We talked about a few, I
the
guess, but
Zizka one.
The Hussites is the biggest one.
Hussite, the Hussite documentary on Zizka. Yeah.
If you enjoyed the spiel about Clovis, then I do have a video about the Merovingians.
That's right.
Too.
Yeah, the video on the Merovingians and the Carolingians is awesome as well.
Yeah, that was a fun one.
So, all right, I'll give you guys the last word. Appreciate your coming on. I guess, well, I'll quickly say, I think for my part, I think the list came out pretty good. I don't really have anything super critical about it. I mean, I think, I think like we talked about at the beginning, when you have more sources and you have more anecdotes, then it's much easier to sort of make a judgment about them. And so certainly for, guys like Richard, Godfrey, Bayard, they have a lot of anecdotes. They have a lot of sources. Even somebody like William Marshal, although, I think we didn't really discuss it too much, but only having one source, which is like his commissioned biography. That's not to say that it's not right, but it's just, one
it's
source
like
on something like that. Right. Yeah. When you have one source, that's not to say
it does
that
undercut it a little.
That's not to say that it's wrong. It's just harder to have sort of full confidence in the source is all. So
definitely true. Definitely true.
And that's of course been, I think we've talked about it almost every time. That's one of the reasons why I think Jaffa is just such an incredible battle, because it's retold not only from the Crusader Chronicles, but it's confirmed by the Muslim Chronicles. In fact, like that cavalry charge is sort of like mentioned in the Christian Chronicle of Ambrose, but it's actually that whole part where he rides up and down the line yelling for challengers. That's in the Muslim Chronicle. It's like they actually made him even more badass in the Muslim Chronicle, which is
he flexed on us so hard. We have no choice but to talk about it.
Yeah. So anyway, that's my thought on it. Certainly it comes down to sources, but I think the list came out good. It was a lot of fun. Thank you guys for joining me, and I'll let you guys have the final word.
It was interesting. It was like it got me thinking about history in a way that I don't always think about. I don't always think in terms of warriors. I think in terms of the movers and shakers usually. Like the kings and the emperors and the counts, the dukes, but to think about the guys who are actually doing the slicing and dicing on the ground was a really fun challenge. In some ways, this was the most challenging tier list for me, especially because I chose these figures that I came across them in some way, they intrigued me, and I wanted to find out more. And so this was a very fun opportunity to do that. So thanks, Mike.
And then what I definitely have to say is a lot of the men on this list, is given the recent discourse on X recently, a lot of the men on this list, they are perfect examples of arguing in favor of great man theory. I think people like Richard or Henry or Bayard, people like this, it's the notion that there are no people ever who are born for a purpose, and that they have some sort of like destiny that they are supposed to fulfill. Like someone like Richard was born to be in some way, shape, or form a warrior. It's hard to deny that like the whole great man theory thing is non-existent when these types of people existed, with obviously very clear-cut proof that they did the things that they did.
Yeah, even leaving out destiny, like it just completely to deny individual agency, to deny that that is at least half of the equation, is just silly.
Like-
It's silly.
Like, do we really think that Henry IV or Henry VI is gonna conquer all of northern France and then win at Agincourt? No, I don't even think they. Does Philip Augustus do the same exact thing at Jaffa and Arsuf that Richard the Lionheart does? No, probably not. As much as I love Philip, no, he's probably not doing the same exact thing that Richard does. Yeah, I think the whole great man theory thing is undeniable.
100%. Actions have consequences, and the actions of kings and emperors doubly so. And yeah, there are these. Their decision spaces are constrained by these vast social, impersonal forces that Marxist historians would pinpoint. But it's only half the. That's only half the equation. Decisions still have consequences.
I agree.
Well
I
said.
think people want to push the notion that there are no people that are born with these special purposes or anything like that, because they don't. I think because some people out there probably read about these people and they, for some reason whatsoever, they feel inferior, or they feel like there are people out there who have probably read about like Alexander the Great and they just feel like, oh, I'll never accomplish like these things. And it's like,
Including Julius Caesar, but then he went and did it.
yeah,
So,
it's like, but that's so cool. Like when I read about stuff that like Henry has done, or I read about Richard, I don't feel inferiority. I feel fascinated by the fact that these people were able to rise to the occasion
100%.
when the universe demanded that they did so. They could have very well have just been like, whatever. Like, I'll just do something else.
Totally.
But they did the things that they did, even though they were hard or they were near impossible, and they did it anyway. And they succeeded. Do you really think Henry wanted to fight at Agincourt? I bet if he could have snapped his fingers and just guaranteed the safety of all his men that day, he absolutely would have. But
he's getting demoted on the list then. We're taking him down a page on the list.
That doesn't sound like the makings of a great warrior.
That doesn't sound like a great warrior. Yep,
he
he's
rose
getting
to
demoted.
the occasion.
Getting demoted.
He took the hand that he was dealt, and he won the game.